Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I heard the flute for the first time when I was 5. I remember because it was the year that I still napped in the afternoon. And the napping is relevant, because that's when I heard it most. That gray hour between 2 and 4, when the house went quiet and everyone assumed I was asleep. It wasn't loud, it was never loud. Just a thin, wandering melody, 3 or 4 notes repeating with small vibrations, like someone practicing a phrase that hadn't quite gotten it right. They kept circling back. I didn't think it was strange at first. Kids don't really have a baseline for strange. I thought that it was just something that the house did, the way the house also ticked when the heat came on and groaned when the wind hit in a certain way. I was curious. I asked my mother about it once, maybe 6 years old, standing in the kitchen doorway asking if she could turn down the flute music because I was trying to sleep. She stopped what she was doing and asked me what flute music was. I remember her face more than I remember what I said back. It was this stillness that I'd never seen her have before. She wasn't sure whether she should be worried or amused. I think that's what it was. And choosing amused because the alternative is exhausting to sit with at 5 p.m. while making dinner. She never heard it. My father never heard it. I asked over the years, in the careful sideways way that kids test whether something is safe to keep talking about, and I learned quickly that it wasn't a subject that got me anywhere, except a look that I didn't like. So I stopped asking, and I just lived with it. It came and went in a pattern that I never fully cracked. Some weeks, nothing. Other stretches every single afternoon for 10 days straight. Always the same wandering 3 or 4 notes, never resolving into anything that I'd call a real song. I used to lie in bed and try to hum along with it, and I could never quite land on the right notes. Like trying to match pitch with a sound that was slightly out of tune with the actual world. I followed it sometimes. Not often, because it scared me a little, in a low-grade way that never really tipped into terror. More like unease of a smell that you can't place. But some afternoons I'd get up from bed and I'd walk the hall, trying to find where it was the loudest. It was never in one place for long. Loudest by the linen closet one week, loudest by the attic stairs the next, and once, memorably, loudest standing directly under a patch of ceiling in my parents' room that had nothing above it, except for insulation and a roof. I'd get close enough to think that I was about to find it, and then it would simply stop. How a radio fades out of range. And I'd stand there in a quiet hallway feeling foolish and unfinished. By the time I was 9, I stopped mentioning it to anyone. Not because it went away. It didn't. Not really. It just became background. Just reoccurring background that I wasn't going to get an explanation for. I had a private theory, one that I'd built as a kid and never examined too hard because examining it might make it worse. I decided that there was a girl somewhere close by who liked to play, and that she was probably shy, and that eventually, if I was patient, she'd let me find her. I don't know why I decided it was a girl. I just did. It's that unexamined certainty that kids have about a lot of things. By the time I was in middle school, I'd mostly filed it away as one of those things about my childhood that I'd bring up at sleepovers for effect. My house is haunted, said with the same performative shiver that you'd use to talk about a movie that scared you. Not really believing it, just enjoying the shape of the story. I'd tell people about the flute, and they'd ask if I ever found out what it was, and I'd say no. And that was usually where the conversation moved on to something else. It had been quiet for almost 2 years. No flute at all, not once. The longest gap I think I'd ever had. By the time I turned 17, My parents had finally gotten around to the attic remodeling, one that they'd been talking about since I was in elementary school. I was getting my own room out of it, an actual square footage, instead of the converted closet situation I'd had most of my life. And I was more than excited about that, more than I was thinking about anything else. Teenagers are good at that kind of forgetting. The flute had become such old news by then that I don't think I connected it to be in the attic at all. Even though half the times that I'd chased that sound as a kid, it led me towards those stairs. The contractors found the room on the second day of demo. It wasn't in the plans, wasn't on any blueprints that my parents had for the house. It was just a stud wall that didn't match the framing pattern around it, closing off a space maybe 4 feet by 6, tucked into the eave where the roof line made an awkward low pocket that nobody would have thought to use for anything. My father called me up to see it before they cleared it out, because at 17, I was old enough to be curious about that kind of thing instead of unsettled by it. Or so he assumed. It was mostly empty. Dust, some water staining on the far wall, this stale smell of air that hadn't moved in a long time. But there was a flute, resting on what was left of a small shelf that had mostly rotted away. Old, tarnished. A student model instrument that would have been unremarkable, new, and looked ancient now. Beside it, a few sheets of music, handwritten. The ink faded past legibility on most of the pages, though I remember making out what looked like a fingering exercise on one sheet. The same few notes repeated with small variations, circled and recircled, like whoever wrote it had been working on getting something exactly right. And beside that, a pair of shoes, small ones, child-sized. The leather cracked and gray with age, laces still tied in a bow like whoever had worn them had simply stepped out of them rather than untied them. My father, the unserious man he was, made a joke about it. Something about old houses and their secrets, and my mother wanted the shelf and the shoes thrown out with the rest of the demo debris. And I didn't argue with her about it, though I wish I had now. I don't know what happened to the flute. I think it went in a box somewhere, or maybe it didn't survive the dumpster, along with everything else that came out of the wall. I got my room. It was quiet the whole 2 years that I lived in it before I left for college. I never heard the flute again, not once. Not even on the afternoons when the house was empty and still exactly the way it used to be. I would actually listen for it, but it never came. I don't know if that's supposed to comfort me. Some days it does. Most days I think about those shoes, though, tied in a bow. And I don't think comfort is really the shape of what I feel. I drove through Holly Grove by accident. I was on my way between 2 places that mattered, and the route my phone chose took me through a part of Arkansas that I'd never had a reason to visit. Flat, quiet, and full of late afternoon light. The Delta does that kind of light better than anywhere. I wasn't looking for anything. I was just passing through. The house stopped me. I don't know how to explain the stopping except to say it wasn't a decision. I was driving, and then I wasn't driving. Pulled off onto the gravel shoulder with the engine running, and no memory of deciding to brake. It sat back from the road, vacant, in a specific way. A way of a house that had been empty long enough to become something else. Not abandoned or neglected, just still. Waiting, maybe. Though I wouldn't have used that word then. I'm not exactly a romantic person. I don't believe in signs or fate. or the idea that places hold meaning beyond what people project onto them. I've been engaged twice and walked away from both because I couldn't make myself believe in the story those relationships were asking me to tell. Love is devotion, love is permanence, love is something that you build a life around. I understood these concepts intellectually, but I found them unconvincing in practice. I guess I'm really only telling you all of this so there's an understanding of what it meant that I stood outside that house at dusk and wept. The music started while I was still in my car. It was faint at first. I thought it was the radio bleeding through from somewhere, a neighbor's open window, something with an ordinary explanation. I turned my own radio off, and the music continued. Piano, clear and unhurried. A melody I didn't recognize that had a quality of patience to it. Of someone playing not for a performance, but for a room, for one particular listener. I got out of the car. The sound was clearly coming from this house, which was empty and locked. I could see that just from where I stood. The doors closed, the windows dark, no vehicle in the drive, no indication of any human presence. Yet the music came from inside it anyway. Song after song, and no pause between them. It was this playing that belonged to someone who'd been at this instrument long enough that the music comes from somewhere deeper than technique. I stood in the gravel drive as the light went, and I listened for a long time. When I finally got back into the car, I sat for a while before I could drive. Something had happened to me standing outside that house that I didn't have language for yet. Something had cracked open that I'd been keeping carefully closed for a long time. I researched that house for 3 weeks after I got home. And what I found rearranged something in me that I'm still rearranging. A captain who built a house and moved it from Florida to Arkansas, because that's where he ended up. And he lived in it with a woman he loved, with a totality that the historical record can barely contain. She played piano. He bought her the finest one that he could find, and he spent his evenings listening to her play song after song and considered this among the great privileges of his life. When she died before him, he couldn't let her go. He had her embalmed, kept her in a glass casket in a room of the house, because the alternative was a world without her in it, and he wasn't ready for that world. When he died, the man who inherited the house buried her properly. The house has been empty ever since. People passing on the road, they hear music from inside of it. Naturally, I've thought about the captain many times in the years since that evening on the gravel drive. About what it means to love someone with that kind of specific and unreasonable devotion. To buy them a piano because their playing makes your life larger. To sit in a chair evening after evening and listen and consider yourself fortunate. I used to find that kind of love impractical. Evidence of a certain failure of self-sufficiency, but I don't anymore. I don't know if what plays in that house is her, if something of her remains in the room where her piano stood, and the man who loved her sat and listened. I don't know what I believe about that. What I know is that I stood outside a locked, empty house in Holly Grove, Arkansas, at dusk, and I heard someone play piano, song after song, for a room that looked empty, but it didn't feel like it was. And something in me, it was closed that day and long before, but it opened up, and it hasn't closed since. What I really can't describe or explain is what brought me there in the first place. How I just ended up there. How often does that happen? I don't know. But it did. I'm in a relationship now. A relationship that I used to think I wasn't capable of. When my partner asks what changed, I don't really tell them about the house, because I don't really know how to explain it without sounding like someone I wouldn't have recognized a few years ago. But I think that really is what it was. The captain in his chair, her at the piano, playing for him, still playing. Some loves don't end just because one of the people in them does. I'm starting to believe that that's not a romantic notion. I'm starting to think that it just might be true. And I think that's pretty beautiful. I worked load in and tear down for touring acts for 11 years before I got smart enough to get into a union, local, with a pension. Back then it was cash, a van, and whoever the promoter could scrape together at 4 p.m. I've torn down stages and armories, high school gyms, a bowling alley once. Woolsey Hall in New Haven was one of the nicer rooms we did, which tells you something about the rest of the list. This would have been 78, 79. I honestly don't remember the band, and it doesn't matter. Some outfit on the tail end of a college circuit tour, loud, forgettable, gone by 1 a.m. along with everyone who'd paid to see them. My job was tear down. Cables, risers, the PA stacks, whatever the house crew didn't want to touch because it wasn't theirs. Teardown crews work after everyone else has gone home, which meant it was me and 2 other guys in a building that had been full of screaming people 3 hours earlier and now was just full of an echo. Woolsey's got that big domed ceiling and a stage with an organ built into the back wall of it. This enormous thing, pipes stacked up 30, 40 feet, gold and silver looking even in bad light. Somebody once told me that it's one of the biggest organs in the world, and I believed it. You couldn't be in that room and not notice it, even with amps stacked in front of half of it and gaffer's tape all over the stage. We'd cover the organ facade in painter's plastic for the show, which was standard. You don't want beer or fog machine residue on something like that. Part of teardown was pulling the plastic off, and that fell to me around 1:30, working alone while the other 2 dealt with the truck outside. I wasn't tired in any way, just to be clear. I was reliable. I'd done a full day, sure, but I'd done fuller days than that, and plenty of times. Never had a problem trusting what I saw. I was up on the edge of the stage pulling plastic sheeting down off the pipe casings, and I heard something behind the organ. Not in the room, but behind it. In the chamber space where the actual guts of the organ lived. The parts that make the pipes speak. There was a shifting sound and weight moving. I figured, house crew. I called out something like, "Somebody back there?" And I got nothing. I kept working, but I heard it again, closer to the little access door at the stage left that led into the chamber. This time it sounded like it was standing right at that door, not moving through it. At it. Like something had come up to the threshold and stopped there on purpose. I turned this strange 30 seconds over in my mind so many times that it stops feeling like an event and starts feeling like this object that I carry around. What I remember most is that it didn't feel curious. Whatever was on the other side of that door, it felt like it was making sure I wasn't going to come through. I didn't go through. I finished pulling the plastic, working with my back half turned to the door the whole time, which is a stupid way to work, and I knew it even then. When the other 2 guys came back in from the truck, I told them I thought that I had heard someone in the chamber. One of them, an older guy who's been doing this slightly longer than me, just nodded, like I'd told him that the truck needed gas. He said that the house guys wouldn't go back there alone at night, not if you paid him extra. and that some professor had built the whole thing decades back and gotten forced out somehow. He never set foot in the hall again after. Died still sore about all of it. Or so the story went. He said it the way that you'd repeat something you'd heard fourth hand and stopped needing to believe in order to pass it along. I never personally went into that chamber. Not that night and not the other 2 shows that we worked over there the following year. I found reasons. Genuinely not manufactured ones. There's always plenty else to do on a teardown. I found reasons to be anywhere else in the building when the work took me near that door. I'm 61 now. I still do stagehand work for local outfits here and there, believe it or not. Mostly out of habit than need. Woolsey's Hall's still standing. Still getting used for concerts, same as it ever did. Some new PA system now, I'm sure, probably nicer than anything we hauled in. I've never gone back there. I don't think it's fear exactly. More that I already know what's on the other side of that door, and a man my age doesn't need to go looking for confirmation of things he already believes. And I'll be on the other side soon enough. This music box lived on my grandmother's dresser for as long as I knew her, and I never once saw the lid open. I asked about it a handful of times as a kid, how I'd ask about anything that was decorative and slightly out of reach. She always gave me the same answer with this one, though. It didn't work anymore. Best to leave it be. Go wash up for dinner, or get ready to go, brush your teeth, anything to change the subject. I believed her because I believed everything she said, and I also believed adults when they told me that things were broken, so I had no curiosity, because broken things aren't interesting when you're a child. Only things that work are. I was maybe 7 the first time I heard it playing anyway. It was late, past when I should have been up, and I'd wandered into the hallway outside of her bedroom for a glass of water. The door was cracked and the room was dark. And from inside came this small, tinkling melody, tinny and thin how music boxes sound, missing notes here and there like a few of the teeth in the comb had broken off. I remember standing there long enough to feel cold, the hallway floor through my socks, and finally it wound down and stopped. I told my mother about it the next morning. She said I'd probably dreamed it. When I insisted, she went and checked the box herself, lifted the lid, found the mechanism seized solid with rust, incapable of producing anything. That's what she said anyway. I chose to believe her. I decided that I'd been wrong because that was easier than the alternative. It happened 4 more times over the years. I stayed with her summers, always at night. Always the same broken, missing teeth melody, drifting from behind her closed door. I never told anyone again. I'd just lie there and listen until it stopped, and in the morning, I'd never ask. And no one else brought it up again either. Though, once, I was maybe 12, I caught her looking at the box over breakfast with an expression that I didn't have a word for. Something between maybe grief and a private kind of listening. Like she was waiting to hear if it would happen again that night and already knew the answer. She died when I was 32, and the box came to me along with a few other things that nobody else in the family wanted. For the first time ever, I looked inside. I saw the frozen little dancer, inside stuck mid-turn, dust thick on her shoulders. Rusty, the mechanism seized, just as my mother had said. I had it appraised once, mostly out of curiosity, an old habit of turning inherited things over to see what they're worth, which is its own kind of grief, I think, pricing out what a person left behind. The appraiser popped the back panel off to check the mechanism, and found, tucked beneath the works, a folded photograph of a young woman that I didn't recognize, and a lock of hair tied with a thread gone brittle with age. No name, no date. My grandmother never mentioned either one, not once. In all the years that I knew her, by the time I found them, there was no one left to ask. The box hasn't played since I've had it. I keep it on my own dresser now, out of habit more than sentiment. Some nights, working late in the next room, I find myself listening for it anyway, half hoping and half not, for that broken little melody to start playing again, so I can finally be standing close enough to open the door. And then what? I don't know, but I don't think I'd mind finding out. I can't decide if I'm creeped out by the box and its contents, or if I'm attached to it. Stories like this aren't usually shared in a dramatic, dimly lit cathedral. It was told to me in a setting of a late-night drive where neither person has to make eye contact. His eyes remained averted out the passenger window. Like gazing into an abstraction of black made it easier to talk about things that sounded unbelievable in the daylight. The drive we shared happened purely by chance. My boss had hired a freelance artist to paint a mural on the side of our new shop. The project took 2 days to complete, and then I was tasked with driving them back to LA from Vegas, and then turning around to go home again. The incentive was sweetened with a cash bonus that I couldn't decline. We left the next night, after the sun went down, and the sweltering heat became something bearable. His name was Hardy, a graffiti artist in his late 30s who'd barely talked louder than the air conditioning. I kept having to turn it down to say, "What?" Till finally I just turned it off completely. Hardy wore a tall tee reminiscent of 2005, but it looked as if he'd never leaned with it or rocked with it in his life. As the destination was still hundreds of miles into the future, small talk was going to be necessary. I ask how he likes Vegas, and he says he doesn't. "It's nothing personal," he said. "My boss was an amazing host, but Vegas is a place that he likes to stay away from, if at all possible." I couldn't help but be a little bit offended. What's the problem with Vegas? Did he think that his Skid Row was somehow better than our tunnels? I asked it with a joking tone, but I really wanted to know because it was the way he said it. Not like, "You, Vegas," or, "Oh no, I'm a former gambling addict." He said it with a shudder. And then he responded to my follow-up by saying, "The devil once spoke to him through the lips of a dying clown. And then the possession became his." Huh? His incoherent sentence was uttered with such profound certainty, I thought it was a poetic metaphor. My level of intellect just couldn't understand it. But maybe I had. Maybe I too saw an imposter putting on makeup in the mirror, getting up every day, feeling stuck in a corporate clown suit, juggling an assortment of meaningless colored pins that had no other purpose but to be juggled. Every cycle they make through your hands, you contemplate if anyone but you would notice a pin drop. But dropping that pin would only confirm the imposter syndrome that you've self-diagnosed. So every pin completes its rotation, if only to fill the obligation that your face paint represents. He sat for a moment with intense deliberation over my theory of what it meant. And then Hardy said, "No, not that." And I'm like, cool, okay, so the devil spoke to you through the lips of a dying clown, and whatever had possessed the clown then entered your body when the guy died, so, like, none of this was a metaphor? Hardy says, "No." That's not really an admission you want to hear on a long drive with a stranger. "Are you still possessed?" was, of course, the next reasonable question to ask, but Hardy said, no, it happened when he was like 12. but they really messed up his head, and he thinks the residual effects will be forever. It was midday on the Strip, asphalt radiating oppressive heat, crowds flowing past. A busker with heavy grease paint and a thick blue synthetic wig was making balloon animals for the tourists and taking pictures with them. His costume was made of unforgiving foam layers that trapped his body heat from going anywhere. Hardy thinks the man suffered from a severe heat stroke that triggered a fatal cardiac event. It was agonizingly quiet. The clown stopped making balloon animals and dropped to his knees as he tried to unzip the costume, but his motor skills were failing. The crowd thought it was part of a bit, a classic fainting clown physical comedy routine. People laughed and filmed on their camcorders while his chest heaved and his eyes rolled back behind the cracked paint of his eyelids. 12-year-old Hardy seemed to be the only one close enough to see the sheer terror in the man's eyes beneath the artificial smile. Desperate attempts to draw oxygen through a red foam nose. As the clown took his last struggling breath, he instinctively reached out and grabbed Hardy's wrist. Dying mid-gasp, staring directly at him, the contrast between the rigid, fake expression painted on his face and the real, dying man beneath it was a distinctly haunting image that would be framed in the halls of his repressed mind. Then, the clown's dying panic was swallowed by a burdening stillness. The sudden, brutal conversion from a manufactured caricature of joy to a cold, helpless portrayal of human fragility. Hardy felt the air shift around him, like a draft from a non-existent door, like it had just opened wide up, a vacuum that pulled an infinite weight out of the dead performer and transferred it straight into his chest. He wasn't chosen because he was special. The demon hadn't sought him out from a crowd of bystanders. The demon had jumped ship, and Hardy was the closest lifeboat to swim for. Demonic possession in this world isn't about physical destruction or violent outbursts. Those are the side effects. Real possession is an infection of omniscience. Demons are immortal entities that carry the absolute, unfiltered truth of humanity, and they share their suffering with the host. Knowledge of corrupt, selfish perversion that stretched eternally. The Crusades, the Mongol conquests, a lifetime of wars, hate, and betrayal, all on a rotating platform for Hardy to not only see, but feel with immense authenticity. The horror isn't that the host loses control of their body, but that their mind is flooded with infinity. They perceive time all at once. Every loss, every quiet tragedy in human history becomes a part of their memories now, too. I ask how he got rid of the demon. After he got really sick, and his personality was noticeably agitated, his mom got in touch with a couple members of a church who were trained in performing exorcism rituals. He explained it without making it sound like a cinematic battle of wills. It was a disturbing mix of childhood trauma, sensory confusion, and a bizarre religious ordeal with rituals absent of grand holy miracles. It felt like a violent, agonizing procedure, like having an entire limb amputated without anesthesia, except the limb was a universe that collapsed inside of him. People think an exorcism is about the demon fighting to stay. It wasn't. It was the demon being pulled backward through a doorway it was too big for, and it dragged everything it knew across his nerve endings on the way out. For 5 minutes, Hardy could hear every voice the demon ever claimed, screaming for help, and he knew his voice would join that choir, a perfect replica, a trophy crafted from a part of Hardy. He didn't remember the prayers or the holy water, just the smell of cold candle wax, the blood stain on the priest's collar, the sound of his mother's shoes squeaking on the linoleum every time she shifted her weight. He held onto the squeak of her shoes like a lifeline, because it was the only thing that he could be sure was real. The moment of liberation did feel like peace. It felt like a drop in pressure, a massive loss of something that he couldn't find the words for. He said it snapped. It felt like someone reached into his skull and unhooked a cable. Millions of years of light and noise vanished. The room went dead quiet. Not just the kitchen, but the whole world. Life had been condensed into a liminal space, void of importance or purpose. His family all started crying and praising God because he was back. But it was like a house that had been completely gutted by fire, and everyone was just standing around clapping because the wallpaper hung on. An exorcism doesn't destroy the memories. It evicts a tenant who'd already damaged the property beyond repair. In order to keep himself grounded in the now, Hardy always carries multiple watches with him wherever he goes. One on his arm and one in every backpack he has. Loud jazz music and the art that he creates with his canisters is the only outlet that he has to distract his mind and stay sane. His story was hands down the most interesting thing anyone's ever told me. I didn't tell him that because I thought that would make me sound lame, but my jaw stayed pretty much on the floor the whole time. His dad was awake and waiting for us when we pulled up. He thanked me and grabbed Hardy's gear from the truck. A small silver cross hung from his neck, and I wondered if he'd always been religious, or if Hardy's possession altered the foundational compound that made up his family. I know my mom became super religious when my older brother got hooked on that Walter White, and, something, I won't get into it because I'm not going to take away from Hardy's story, but my brother was battling demons of his own for a few years. They didn't show him eternity, but they showed him how easy a spool of copper wire can be to obtain and how easy it is to sell. He's clean now, so we can joke about it, but yeah, his name's Cody, and that little bastard sold my school-issued laptop. It had the school's name printed on the front of it. Nobody knows how he was actually able to find a pawn shop that would take it, but there's demons all around us. Odds are there's a demon near you right now. Stay safe, people. Don't get possessed, and stay away from that Walter White. The more you know. I'll just start by saying that I'm an electrician. I've been one for more than 14 years. I say this not to brag. It's not the kind of thing that gets you invited to parties, but I say it because it's relevant to what happened with the lamp that messed me up so much as it did. Technically, I collect and restore these things for a living, but this one, it was different. I can't chalk this one up to old wiring or a loose connection or a failing ballast. I know what those look like. I know what they feel like. This wasn't like that. I found this particular lamp at a garage sale. Pale green ceramic base, simple white shade. It looked nice, like it belonged in a room that smelled like old books and has doilies on things. I don't have doilies, I'm not a doily person, but I liked the lamp. It had a quality to it. Solid, intentional, made in an era where things were meant to outlast the people who owned them. $8. I put it in my bedroom on a nightstand and called it a day. I noticed something about my room, though. It felt different. It wasn't something dramatic that I could put my finger on. Not a haunted house movie different, just this subtle shift in the atmosphere. Like I'd left a window open. I've lived in the house for 6 years. I know how every room feels, and the bedroom felt slightly off. I couldn't locate or name what it was, but I checked the lamp. Good connection, solid ground, bulb seated correctly. Electrically speaking, it was perfect. But why was I so drawn to it? I don't know. Why was I even looking at it when it hadn't done anything? And then, about a week in, it did start to do something. Flickering. It wasn't the irregular dying bulb flicker. This was slow like a pulse, deliberate like a heartbeat. I changed the bulb. Same thing. I checked the socket, checked the switch, checked the circuit. Everything was exactly right. I put a meter on it just to justify the part of my brain that needed the data, and the readout was completely normal. Consistent voltage, no fluctuation. The lamp was flickering on a circuit that had no reason to flicker. I told myself that I'd replace the socket anyway. That's what I told myself. And then I started having these dreams. I'm not someone who can usually remember my dreams. Ask my ex-wife, she'll tell you. She'd wake up with these elaborate narratives and I'd have nothing, just 8 hours of black. That changed with the lamp. Not nightmares exactly, more like being in someone else's memory. A bedroom that I didn't recognize, furniture from a different decade, light coming through the curtain, the color of old mustard. It was always the same room, always the same specific quality of stillness that I could feel and see. It belongs to a place where something's happened and the air hasn't recovered yet. Heavy, yet stagnant. I would wake up with a feeling I can only describe as residue. Someone else's emotions clinging to me like cigarette smoke, taking a few minutes to dissipate. Grief, mostly. Old grief. Grief that's been carried so long it stops feeling like grief and starts feeling like weather. The responding to the stress thing was the part that got to me. I had a bad week in April. It was work stuff, money stuff. I guess the combination that makes you feel like the walls are closing together. I came home on a Thursday. The lamp was on, though I had not turned the lamp on. Naturally, I don't leave lights on. It's irresponsible. Even when I leave in a hurry, I can't help it. I've got a routine. But right now, or that day, the lamp was on, casting this warm green tinted light through its shade. The bedroom, it felt, well, I don't have a better word for this. Focused. Like something in the room had noticed that I was having a hard time and it responded to it. I stood in my own doorway for a solid minute, just thinking, why is it on? And then it turned off. I never found out the full story of where it came from. It was impossible to. Was I really going to go back to the house that I bought it from at the garage sale? Did I even remember where that was? Casually, I could. I wouldn't want to sound like someone who needed to be avoided at future neighborhood events. But I did ask around. Since it's not that big of a neighborhood, I figured someone would know something. And sure enough, I came to understand a little bit more. I got enough to know that the lamp had been in someone's bedroom for a very long time before it was mine. Someone who'd spent a lot of years in that room and someone who wasn't around anymore. That's all I got, and that's all I have, but I guess it makes sense. I still have the lamp. I know that's probably the part where you're yelling at your phone because in a horror movie, the rules clearly state that you throw the lamp away, but here's the thing. And this is the part that I can't really explain to people without sounding like I've lost it, but whatever's in that lamp, it's not threatening. It's sad and old. And something makes it turn on when I'm having a hard week. And sometimes the dreams it gives me every so often, they're grief that I don't recognize, but somehow I do understand. And I've started to think that maybe it spent so many years in someone's bedroom absorbing everything that happened in that room that it just kept doing what it always did when the person in the bedroom needed something. I had my meter on it again last week. Perfect voltage, no fluctuation. The flicker does what it does for reasons that have nothing to do with electricity. I checked. I would know. The property where this happened, I found it by accident. Wrong turn off a logging road. A mistake that only happens when your GPS gives up and you're too stubborn to turn around. The farmhouse sat in a clearing like it had been dropped there. No driveway, no mailbox, and no indication that anyone had ever made a decision to be there. Just a structure that the forest was slowly reclaiming. The tree line pressing in on 3 sides like it was waiting for permission to finish the job. I should have kept driving. I know that now. How you know things when they've already cost you something. Too little too late. When I got out of the car, the air was wrong immediately. It wasn't cold, it was the opposite. Dry, pressurized heat that had no source in the overcast afternoon. This heat had sat on the top of my skin rather than surrounding it. I registered it and I filed it as strange, but I walked toward the house anyway because I'm apparently someone who does that. The front door, it was open. It had been for a long time, judging by the way the frame had warped around it. I stood in that doorway and I looked into the dim interior, and the heat, it intensified. Not gradually, not as a building pressure, but as an event. Like something had been waiting for me to cross the threshold and responded to my proximity by announcing itself. I felt it first in my hands, a burning that began in my palms and moved up to my forearms with this specific, deliberate progression of something that wanted me to understand that it was in control of my pace. Not fire, there was no flame, no visible source, but heat that registered in my nerve endings as damage, as the body's most fundamental alarm. I looked at my arms and there was nothing there, no redness, no mark. Just the sensation of the skin that was moments from blistering on bone that were moments from the same. Then it passed against my chest. It was weight first, the full mass of something enormous settling against my sternum, forcing the air out of my lungs in a single compression. I couldn't draw a breath back in. I stood in that doorway with my chest caved under, invisible pressure. My arms burning. I understood with a clarity that bypassed thought entirely that something in that house was aware of me in a way that predators are aware of prey. Which, of course, is completely, patiently, but also without urgency because urgency implies the possibility of escape. Then there was this smell, copper and char and something underneath both that I don't have words for. Maybe ancient, but biological in nature, wrong in a way that my body recognized before anything. I recognized the smell as danger. I didn't know its shape, but I knew what it could do. Still gazing through the doorway, I saw it in the far corner of the room. Not clearly. It didn't want to be seen clearly. I understood that instinctively. A mass of darkness that was darker than the darkness around it, that had edges that moved when I tried to focus on them. It occupied this space in a way that felt like a violation of how space is supposed to work. It wasn't standing or crouching. It was just there, with the absolute presence of something that has existed longer than the building around it and is going to continue to exist once it falls. It turned towards me, so I thought. I couldn't identify any features, but I knew its attention had shifted, and I could feel it like a physical weight. It had added to the pressure that was already crushing my chest, and the burning in my arms became something that I no longer had language for. It was beyond pain. Past the threshold where pain is still useful as a signal, and now into territory where the body simply registers that it's being unmade. Suddenly, I ran. I don't remember the decision, but I remember the doorway, and then I remember my car. And then I remember driving with both hands shaking on the wheel and the burning slowly fading away, degree by degree, over the following 20 minutes, until my arms felt like arms again. My chest opened back up, enough to pull in a full breath. Now removed from the property, I couldn't understand why I'd even done what I'd done. Got out of my car, walked up to the door, stood there. It's like something pulled me in that direction the moment I got off track. I never found the property again. I did look. I've driven those logging roads more times than I'll admit to anyone who knows me, and the clearing, it's not there. Or it's not what I'm looking for. It amounts to the same thing, though. Nothing. My palms, they hurt sometimes when it rains. I really can't explain that, but I can tell you it never happened before. I don't know what that means. I've decided not to find out. I'm sure you get this a lot, where people try to plead their sanity, tell you what a reasonable person they are. I think I finally understand the need to do that. I'm starting this by saying I'm a very reasonable person. I have a spreadsheet for my grocery list, if that helps. I've never once felt the urge to knock on wood or throw salt over my shoulder or do any of the other small superstitions that reasonable people pretend they don't do. I really do approach life empirically. I vote, I floss, I have an ISA. I guess I'm telling you this because what I'm about to describe really is going to sound like the behavior of someone who's none of those things. And I just want you to understand the baseline before we get into it. The building was a post office. It's not even a historic post office. It's not one with a plaque outside or a Wikipedia entry or any of the hallmarks of a place that's earned the right to be strange. A post office in a mid-sized city in Ohio that has been a post office since approximately forever and smelled like every post office in America has ever smelled. It had the same fluorescent light situation that suggests the bulbs are replaced by someone who actively resents the concept of adequate illumination. The whole reason I was there was to ship a package. A birthday gift from my aunt that I'd procrastinated on and was now paying for a flat-rate box and a queue that hadn't moved in 11 minutes. The feeling, well, that started around 8 minutes in. It wasn't dread exactly, more like this discomfort. A specific discomfort of being in a room where you've interrupted something. It was that social register of walking into the wrong moment at a party and everyone knows it and you don't yet. Except I was in a post office in Ohio and there were 7 other people in line and none of them were looking at me. But something was. I did what any empirical person does when they feel irrational. I ignored it aggressively. I checked my phone. I read the poster about passport applications 3 times. I became briefly and intensely interested in the priority mail rate chart. The feeling continued with complete indifference to my coping strategies, though, which I found personally offensive. By minute 13, I had the distinct sensation of something standing directly behind me. I turned around. There was a man in a beige jacket holding a bubble mailer who looked extremely surprised to suddenly be the subject of my full attention. I apologized. He said it was fine, in a tone of someone for whom it was not entirely fine. I turned back around, and the feeling was still there. The man in the beige jacket was now definitely standing further away from me than he had before. He definitely hadn't gotten closer, but something had. I shipped my package. I left. I told myself the story I needed to tell myself, which was post offices are just stressful environments. I'd been standing still for too long, and that's probably why I felt a sensation on my back. My nervous system doing things before consulting me. Completely reasonable. Totally fine. I thought about the post office for several hours. When I got home, couldn't shake the feeling that something was on my shoulder. A scratch, maybe. A bug bite. I peeled my shirt back and I took a look in the mirror. 3 small scratches. No blood, just raised skin. It felt almost exactly where I'd thought someone had touched me earlier, at the post office. Of course, that didn't make me stop thinking about the post office. I just kept thinking about it for 6 days straight. I wouldn't say that it was obsessively, just my normal functionality throughout. I went to work, I had meals, I watched television without incident, but underneath all of that, with the persistence of a song that you can't locate the source of, the post office was there. This quality of the feeling, it was strange. It was the certainty of being watched by something that had no face that I was ever going to be able to find. But it had touched me. On day 7, I drove past the post office again. I told myself I was running errands in that direction anyway, which was partially true in the sense that I could have been running errands in that direction if I'd needed to, which I didn't. I drove past it slowly. I looked at the building, and the building looked back at me. Buildings aren't supposed to look back at people, but this one did. I drove home and sat in my car in my own driveway for quite some time. That night, something was in my bedroom. I know how that sounds. It sounds insane. It sounded insane to me at the time, and I was the one experiencing it, which didn't make it easier. It wasn't visible, whatever was there. I turned the light on approximately 11 times to check, which in retrospect was the useless thing that I did, and I find most embarrassing in hindsight. As if whatever it was would have been deterred by a 40-watt bulb. As if I was going to turn on the light and see it standing there looking sheepish and say, "All right, you'll need to leave now." I've turned on the light. The light did nothing. Whatever was in my room regardless of the photon situation. And it stayed there until somewhere around 3 a.m, when the quality of the darkness, it changed, and I understood that it was gone. I slept for 2 hours and then I drove back to the post office. I'm not proud of this. I'll be clear. In retrospect, I understand this was exactly the wrong thing to do. When something follows you home from a location, the correct response is not to return to the location. This is not complicated. I knew it wasn't complicated at the time. I went anyway, because I'm apparently the kind of person who, when the horror movie character runs toward the basement, nods along sympathetically. I stood outside the building at 7:45 a.m. before it opened. I looked at it, and I said out loud to the post office in Ohio, "What do you want?" The automatic doors opened. They're motion activated. I knew they were motion activated. There was no one inside. It was before opening. The lights were still on the overnight setting. The lobby empty. The doors opened because that's what motion activated doors do when someone breaks the sensor threshold. I'm completely aware of this. I walked in anyway. The lobby was empty and still, and smelled like every other post office. The feeling from 8 days earlier arrived immediately and completely. The same frequency. The same certainty of being in the room with something that had noticed me. I stood in the middle of the empty lobby at 7:46 a.m. And there I felt whatever it was move around me the way that rain or wind moves around. Purposeful and indifferent simultaneously. Then the motion stopped. Everything just stopped. It was less of a release and more of a decision. Something that had been attending to me for 8 days simply withdrew its attention. The way you stop watching something that has stopped being interesting. I stood in the empty lobby and I felt it go, and then I was just a person standing in the post office before it opened, which is a sentence that sounds insane and is also exactly what happened. I've not thought about the post office involuntarily since that morning. Whatever it wanted from me, or whatever I represented to it, apparently concluded. I drove home, made coffee, went to work, and lived my life. I did switch post offices, though. There's one closer to my house anyway, technically. More convenient, better parking, completely normal fluorescent lighting situation. I have no feelings about it whatsoever. I'd like to keep it that way. After all, I'm a very reasonable person. Look, don't flood the comments section about feeding the raccoons. I learned my lesson, but it had nothing to do with the raccoons themselves. My kids discovered that once you feed a raccoon, you make a friend for life. They named her Rudy, and she comes by our back deck multiple times a day. It was the highlight of the day watching those forbidden puppies use their hands to snack, and the kids would fill a bowl full of fruit and other goodies that the raccoons love to eat. When Rudy comes by, we make sure to view her behind the glass of our sliding glass door, and the bowls are placed right in front of the door so we can watch the fun. Rudy was a well-routined raccoon and showed up around 10 p.m. every night. I figured this would come to an end in the fall when the kids would be changing their sleeping schedule back for school. But the summer's not over, and we haven't seen Rudy in over a week. She was a big girl. I thought she might have been pregnant and maybe gave birth and was taking care of a new family. I told the kids that she might come back to visit with her babies when they were old enough, but that we might not see her again. The most ideal situation is that she's out there taking care of her babies. It's the one that I keep my fingers crossed for. But personally, I think that something scared Rudy away. And I think I saw what it was. I'll never tell the kids that I saw this thing. But I'm now making sure their bedroom windows are locked tight every night before the sun goes down. Our house is out in the sticks. We don't get anybody wandering onto our property. Never has been a concern. That night, we set a bowl of snacks out for Rudy and we waited. 10 o'clock passed, then 11 o'clock. Close to midnight, the youngest had passed out, and as much as the older one tried, her eyes were also too heavy to hold up anymore. My husband and I each grabbed one to take upstairs to their bedroom. Then we went back downstairs to turn off the lights in the movie that we'd been watching on the couch. Both of us are flipping switches in tandem, and eventually the downstairs is fully dark, aside from the moonlight. We joined back together, making sure that we had our phones and everything else we needed before retreating upstairs to our room. The floor shook before we heard anything. It was the vibration you feel in your sternum before your ears can process it. The wooden deck groaned with a deep structural protest under immense, concentrated weight. When Rudy would come by, she'd sometimes jump down from a pine tree next to the house. The thud she'd make against the deck wasn't anything compared to what had just landed. The crickets stopped. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath as we both cautiously approached the window, the one that faced the back deck, so we could get a look at what made the noise outside. What we saw was both terrifying and fascinating. Then it went to only terrifying, and stayed there like a gas gauge on empty. Peeking out our window, we saw what could only be described as a Bigfoot. 2 of them, possibly siblings by their size, their matching fur color. They don't look like monsters from a movie. They looked like a distortion of anatomy, an unsettling blend of primal power and sickeningly human posture. They were both easily taller than 7 feet, with frames so wide that they block out the woods behind them entirely. Their torsos were barrel-chested and devoid of any visible neck under a coat of matted, dark auburn hair that was caked with dried mud and forest debris. Their hair isn't uniform. It's thinner around the joints and the chest, revealing a leathery slate of gray skin underneath. Looks calloused or scarred. Around their faces, the hair transitions into a dark, coarse fringe, framing their facial features that resembled leathery masks of profound, ancient intelligence. They had heavy, prominent brow ridges that casted deep shadows over their eyes, but the moonlight caught them just right. There was no animal eye shine, no green or red reflective glow. They had massive, dark, human-like irises. They were scanning the yard and the windows of the house. They both looked intently at the bowl of fruit and dog food that we'd left out for Rudy. My husband and I are frozen like statues in the dark of our living room, hoping the shadows concealed us enough to stay hidden. We watched one of the Bigfoot pick up the bowl with both hands, take an apple out with its mouth. The other Bigfoot then grabbed the bowl, dumped the dog food into its mouth. They were consumed in less than a second. The apple took one bite to finish, and the dog food was more inhaled than chewed. They began walking around on the deck, sniffing the air as their big eyes looked around for more food sources. They get right next to the window that we're standing at, and then, slowly, both sets of their eyes track right to us. It's a look of conscious recognition. One of them has its jaw slightly slack, revealing square, oversized ivory-colored teeth. The other's mouth is a tight, grim line. Their expression isn't mindless rage. It's a heavy, crushing curiosity. They studied the inside of the house the way a human studies a cage. The one on the left slowly lifts a hand to the glass. It's near the size of a trash can lid. The thumb sat lower on the palm than a human's, and the fingernails were thick, black, covered in dirt. It didn't slam the window. It listened to the glass flex as it gently pressed its flat palm against the thin barrier between us. Then, the other one pressed its face against the window to get a better view. The glass began to fog from the hot, heavy breath radiating from its nostrils, and a foul, metallic scent of copper and decay crawled through the microscopic cracks on the door frame. They just stood there, silhouetted against the dark trees. They were waiting for us to make the next move, but we didn't move. We remained completely still. From upstairs, one of the girls coughed, and the squeeze my husband had around my arm, it tightened. I couldn't predict what might have happened if one of the girls would have come down the stairs, seen the creatures, and screamed. Tension grew in the stare down. My husband brushed against a large ceramic decoration by the window, a heavy vase within reaching distance that would incapacitate any normal man if struck. But it seemed like it would have been useless against the cranium of their size. The hallway light upstairs turns on, and we heard our daughter's voice say, "Mom?" It was the first time I'd broken my stare with the two Bigfoot. I didn't want to set them off by making any sudden movements, but I knew that there was now a ticking time bomb of sudden movements that would soon be making their way down the stairs. The grip loosened on my arm, a sign that my husband and I were thinking the same thing. He stayed standing in front of the window as I slowly stepped backward toward the stairs. "Mom?" The sound of my daughter's voice feels disturbingly loud as it bounced off the walls down to me. I was at the bottom of the stairs by the time I heard the top one creak. With my index finger up, I directed her back to her room without words, and then I put the same finger up to my lips. Back at the window, the two Bigfoot hadn't moved. They stayed there for another few minutes, just looking in at us with inquisitive expressions. Then, a sound from the tree line got both of their attention. Their heads snapped in the same direction, looking for the source. They left our deck like friends leaving a party and walked right through the trees into the black forest behind the house. Their musk lingered long after they left, though. I couldn't get the smell out of my nostrils for days. My husband took a garden hose to the deck and the window with a muddy handprint on it, but it took a lot more effort to pull the stink out of the wood grain. Every once in a while, I'll still get a whiff of it. When I'm working in the garden, I know they're close. I think I'll always feel a tinge of general unease with them, but I've come to the conclusion that if they wanted to kill us, there's nothing stopping them, and they would have done it by now. I think because nobody freaked out on our first encounter, we have a mutual agreement of civility as neighbors. I'm still not going to be feeding them, though. One of them walked through my rose bushes a couple nights ago. I wasn't there to see it, but I found big prints trampled over the soil. It could have been worse. Big pests keep little pests away, I guess. And I'd say this is the biggest pest of the bunch. I never thought I'd run a bar. But then again, I'd never really thought about losing my grandfather either. Sure, you know it'll happen, but I never put much thought into it on purpose. He built this place with his own two hands back in the 70s. A narrow brick building with a dark wood beam, scuffed floors, and a line of bar stools that had seen more than one generation of regulars sinking into them. He always called it his second living room, though half the neighborhood practically lived there with him. When he passed, the bar came to me. I was grieving, overwhelmed, not sure at all that I could keep it alive. But walking through those doors felt like stepping back into his embrace. The air smelled of old wood and whiskey. The bar top was polished smooth where his hands had wiped it down thousands of times. Even the faintest trace of cigar smoke still clung to the rafters. That was his thing, cigars. He used to say, half joking but half serious too, "If you ever smell the smoke when I'm gone, that's me saying hello." I didn't believe it at first. I mean, everyone's got a story like that, right? But the first week that I worked there alone, closing up late, I smelled it. Sweet and smoky. Curling into the air, though no one had lit anything. I froze with a glass in my hand, staring at the darkened mirror behind the bar. For the first time since his funeral, I didn't feel quite so alone. It didn't take long to realize the bar held more than just his presence. The first big sign came on a slow Tuesday. I was wiping down the counter when a pint glass, empty and upside down, slid 2 feet across the bar on its own. I know how that sounds, but I swear to you, it didn't tip or roll, it glided. I tried to brush it off, but the next 2 weeks, I saw something in the bar's long wall mirror. Not my reflection, not anyone's reflection, but a man in a dark shirt, with his jaw clenched tight, sitting on the far end of the bar. Only there was nobody there when I turned around. I later learned from one of the old regulars that a man had died in a fight there decades earlier. They found him slumped at the very end of the bar, a broken bottle still clutched in his hand. I've caught glimpses of him in the mirror more than once since then, his eyes burning like he's still angry about whatever ended his life. I guess my grandfather kept that story from me for a reason. Then there was the laughter. That one unnerved me more than anything. On certain nights, especially when I was closing alone, I'd hear it float from the back booth. A woman's laugh, light and breathy. It wasn't cruel or menacing, just different. Like walking into a room and hearing a conversation you're not supposed to. Hushed tones. For this one, I think I know who. I was told about a woman who used to sing at the bar when my grandfather had first opened it. Everyone said that she would light up the whole place with her voice. She was killed in a car accident on her way home one night, and some of the older patrons swore that they'd still hear her singing from time to time. I've never heard the singing, but that's gotta be her laugh. I started leaving that booth untouched. No glasses stacked, no chairs upturned, just in case someone was sitting there. But my grandfather's presence is always different from the others. The other spirits feel like chaos, snapshots caught in loops, replaying over and over without much awareness of me or anyone else. My grandfather, though, he's intentional. Sometimes when the bar was empty and still, I'd hear his boots on the floorboards, slow and steady, the exact rhythm of his stride. A few times I'd be locking up, and the old jukebox, half broken and unplugged more often than not, would crackle to life, play his favorite song. Always the same one, Earth Angel. The one he used to hum under his breath while stocking bottles, or doing much of anything, really. Then there was the cigar smoke. It came in waves, sometimes faint, sometimes so thick I'd cough. I'd smell it by the register, by my desk in the back, even once in the cellar where we kept the wine. Always when I needed comfort most, always when the weight of running everything felt too heavy. Of course, people noticed things too. One night, a couple sat down at the bar, tourists from out of state. As I poured their drinks, the woman asked, "Is this place haunted?" I gave her the usual shrug. That's what they say. She told me that she'd seen a man in a fedora walk past the hallway, toward the restroom. Her boyfriend nodded and said that he saw him too. I didn't even flinch. That hallway's always been active. Lights flickering, shadows moving when no one's there. I guess it makes sense to me. The bar isn't just mine. It belonged to everyone who's ever passed through the doors, living or dead. But there was one night that cemented it all for me. I'd had a rough evening. Half the staff called out. A fight broke out near closing, and by the time everyone was gone, I was left cleaning the place alone. My nerves were shot, and I remember muttering to myself, "I can't do this, Grandpa. This is too much." As I wiped down the last table, the air was heavy, like someone had turned on a bunch of TVs. There was like an electric buzz. And then I smelled it. Cigar smoke. Thick, unmistakable. My heart was sort of racing. The jukebox clicked on by itself. His song again. I had tears burning in my eyes. I knew then, as sure as I knew anything in my life, that he was still there. Not just an echo, not just a loop. He was watching, encouraging me, making sure I knew I wasn't alone. Everything has sort of made me think of the bar as more than a business. It's a gathering place for the living, for sure, but also for those who can't seem to leave. Some of them are restless, some are sad, some are joyful, but they're all a part of the fabric of this place. I guess I used to sort of be uneasy about the idea of ghosts, but now I sort of take comfort in them, especially him. I'll be honest, though, I haven't seen him since that night. No smoke, no boots, no jukebox. Maybe he just wanted to introduce himself one last time, to let me know he trusted me to carry it all forward. And I've just decided that's enough, because every time I unlock those doors, I can almost hear him laughing behind the bar saying, "Welcome home, kid." And I just love that. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere. partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches. At least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages, with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it, with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular, they would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident, and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. That's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know, and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him in his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. I'm not interested in discussing what I'm about to tell you in a deeper retrospect. It is what it is, and I don't really care to think about how life could be different if I didn't know. My father was a medic in the war. When he came back, instead of furthering his medical education to become a doctor, he used his inheritance to purchase a bar in South Jersey. He was never affiliated with the mob, but he did on occasion associate with a few members that would go to his bar to drink. They were all on good terms. This was near Avalon in the late 60s. One night, when I was 16, I think it was a Tuesday, I know it was a school night, my father came home covered in blood. He looked over at me and said to go get him a towel and my mom, so I did what I was told. For some reason, when I saw him, I knew it wasn't his blood, that it belonged to one of my dad's associates. On typical nights, he got home around 4 a.m. after locking up the bar. But this night, he came home a few hours earlier. When my mom saw him, she almost fainted. My dad caught her and got blood all over her nightgown. I don't think he knew how bad he looked when he came in. He tells her, Pepper. Pepper's the name he called my mom. He goes, Pepper, calm down. It's not my blood. When she heard that, her demeanor switched from anguish to rage. When she knew my dad hadn't been hurt, that's when she got an attitude about the trail that he'd made that led from the front door to the kitchen. Both of us asking him what happened. Whose blood is that? But before my dad explains, he looked at me. I guess his parental signals were firing off because he tells me that I'm not missing school tomorrow, no matter what, no matter how tired I am, and I need to get my ass to bed. So I did as I was told. Right when I shut my door, I had my ear pressed against it, trying to listen to what my dad was telling my mom. I couldn't hear good enough, so I took the risk. I cracked my door, and I listened from the hallway atop the stairs. This is the story I heard. That night, my dad had just cleared everybody out of the bar. His bartender was sick that night, so it was only him taking out the trash and locking up. Somewhere in between those things, someone starts banging on the glass front door. My father ignored them, though, thinking it was just a couple of drunks who'd missed last call. Then, whoever was on the other side of the door addressed him by name. Along with the banging, someone was shouting, Marco, open up. It's an emergency. When he unlocked the door, 3 men entered his establishment. One of the men were being carried by the other 2. They told my dad to clear the pool table so they could lay the man down. All of them were dirty. He said it looked like they'd rolled down a dirty hill in tailored suits. The man laying on the pool table was the worse for wear. He was the one bleeding. When they laid him on the pool table, one of the men went to use the bar phone, while the other handed my dad what he thinks is a long rifle bag. The man tells him to put it in the freezer. The front room of the bar has dim lighting, and he didn't realize until he was actually setting the object down that it wasn't a bag with a long rifle. It was a human leg, cut from the thigh, shoe and pant leg still on it, like a mannequin at the store. When he was fighting overseas, my dad witnessed unspeakable carnage that probably changed the genetic makeup of his brain, because after he dropped the leg in the freezer, he immediately got materials to make a tourniquet. I mean, I was still stuck on this part of his story, and he was fully moving on. He goes out to the pool table and starts trying to get it around what's left of this guy's leg while asking everyone what happened. But all the other 2 guys kept saying was that he was attacked by something. The area where the leg had come off was cut clean. The skin hadn't been torn apart or burnt, like what you would see from explosions. As the one man slowly bled out on the table, the other 2 men argue back and forth about what they'd seen. These were tough guys, gangsters, and both of them, by my dad's description, looked like they were genuinely shaking in their boots from the experience. The man on the table was still conscious and writhing in pain. My dad gave him a bottle of liquor to help ease it in some way. There was no doubt in his mind that the man was going to die. A few minutes later, more headlights brighten up the bar's interior before the car turns off, and the men's boss comes running in with 2 more goons. He says their doctor's on the way, and then he asks, "Where's Marvin?" Apparently, the group started with 4 members that night. Now one's missing, and another's dying on the pool table. He demanded to know what happened. They completely ignored my dad as he continued to work on the man, using all the knowledge he obtained in the military. The 4 men were unloading cargo from a truck by the vineyards on Highway 47. They were moving boxes in complete darkness. No headlights. Nobody's even allowed to smoke when they do these runs. And from what my dad heard, this transport run happened relatively often. Nothing was out of the ordinary about that night, until one of the guys saw what they thought was a flashlight heading their direction. He tells everyone to hide. All of them find their spots behind the truck out of view from the approaching light. Instinctually, they collectively loaded and readied their guns, thinking it was the cops or another crew. Anyone out there at night would be seen as an opposition and treated accordingly. They're staring at this growing ball of light from their hidden spots, and what they've perceived as an approaching light was only growing in size, not distance. It was already much closer than they'd originally thought. What began the size of a firefly morphed and expanded to the size of a bowling ball. Then it opened, like a window sliding up. They didn't know what to do. All of them slowly abandoned their hiding spots to get a closer look. The air around it felt electrically charged. As it opened, it sizzled like a car battery. On the other side of the window, they could see a completely different landscape. There were no stars in its sky, and the trees that surrounded them didn't populate the area being shown. They scanned the ground on the other side as their point of view dilated, and what they saw was a partially eaten deer carcass. Then, one of the men said a woman appeared from the other side. She was beautiful, dressed in all white. It looked like the long, flowing robe she wore glowed like the electric window that had opened up. They thought that she was an angel or something. When she came into view of the opening, it grew until it reached the grass. Then, the woman stepped through and over to their side. She stepped over the glowing line with grace. It was like she knew they were going to be there, and she was waiting to reveal herself. A member in the group called Gio took the first step towards her with his gun raised. He was yelling, telling her to identify herself. But she just stared at him. So he took another step towards her. Mid-step, she moves at him with insane speed, and they see her limbs are much longer than any normal person. Her hands, her fingers, were pointed and sharp. Not like her fingernails, but the fingers themselves resembled claws. It was a flash of movement in the blink of an eye. By the time Gio finished his second step, he went to put pressure on it, and his leg slid out from under his hip. When he fell, the remaining three unloaded every round they had into the woman. She wasn't able to move faster than bullets, and she fell to the grass backwards. But she's still alive. She was still moving, crawling, trying to get back to her side of wherever she'd come from. Marvin, another member of the group, reloads his .38 and follows her in. He stood over her and put 4 more bullets in the back of her head to make sure she was dead. Then, the glowing window closed. It shrank back down to the size of a firefly and disappeared. Marvin was gone. Nobody knew what happened or what to do next. Gio started screaming, and the other 2 men sprang into action, grabbing him and his leg and getting the hell out of there. The story was unbelievable, but seeing Gio on the pool table made it undeniable. He said that they had to ditch the truck, and that's when the boss stops him. The doctor had just come into the bar and relieved my dad of his medical duties. The boss walked up to my dad, stuck a wad of cash into his pocket, while thanking him for allowing them to use his bar. And then he tells my dad to go home, that they'd clean up and lock up the bar before they go. This man was someone that you don't say no to, and my dad was exhausted. He got his stuff and did what he was told. The next day, when he went to open the bar, it looked just as it did before, maybe even cleaner than he'd always left it, aside from a missing pool table that they'd replaced with a better one the week following. It looked normal. Marvin never came home, and I think people just assumed what happened. I was never dumb enough to let anyone know what I knew. Not that it even fully made sense to begin with. My father's bar was blessed and protected by his associates' association all the way until he sold it. Sometimes I wish I'd talked to my dad about this story while he was still around, but I realize he doesn't know any more than I do. I heard we don't judge here. What Well, in my early 20s, I had a bad boyfriend named Len, and an equally bad habit. He and I were living in the dirtiest motel west of the Mississippi. Our room was room D. It was a small room with one bed. The motel was a perfect place for a little R&R, roaches and rodents. We were heating spoons on a red flannel love seat when a bullet came through our wall at the same time that a boom was heard from room E. The bullet lodged into the seat next to Len's leg, but there were so many cigarette holes in the fabric we weren't completely sure that's where it went until we lifted the love seat and found it on the ground. We were completely sure that it had been a bullet that came through that wall. I got up, walked over to where it had came from. Like an idiot, I put my eye right up to the hole to see if I could see what was going on in the other room, but the other side was blocked. We knew the woman that stayed there. She was also a weekly renter and a fellow enthusiast of spoon music. Her name was Ruth. She was a jack of all trades, and you know what they say. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. Her first occupation was an escort, but when she didn't have a client, Ruth made her own little mini-mart of stolen goods. It was a real cool thing that she had going on right next door. If we needed batteries, Ruth had them, and probably cheaper than the corner store. She even had a Gatorade thing going on for a while where someone she knew would just give her racks of it and she'd sell it for $1. She also had drugs, of course, but she'd never consider herself a dealer. She just happened to sell that stuff too, right alongside the DVD players and an honest-to-God full set of the Bailey School Kids book series. We didn't know she sold firearms, and that night after the boom, well, before the boom, we were about to chase a dragon, so the boom was startling, but we still finished our task immediately after it went silent. Then I took a nap, and it feels like seconds before I'm woken up again by another explosion. This time it was on the TV. When I open my eyes, I see Len sitting at the edge of the bed watching the movie Transformers on full blast. Next to the TV is a new DVD player. Actually, there were 3 stacked on top of each other, but only one was plugged in and playing the movie. My first question is, where'd you get those? And Len told me that when I fell asleep, he went over to see what had happened to Ruth. He found her deceased body sitting on her couch. Her head was leaned against the wall with a large exit wound. It looked self-inflicted, very sad. With an honest tear in his eye, Len says, Ruth would have wanted us to pawn her stuff. He extended his arm out from left to right, saying, look at all this. And that's when I see that he took more than just 3 DVD players. That alone was too much, but Len took this lady's whole operation. He said it took him a few back and forths, but he got all the good stuff before telling housekeeping about the body. At least he told somebody, right? A couple minutes after I'd woken up, we heard an ambulance siren wailing toward the motel. We watched them take Ruth out in a white body bag. Later, a girl that worked at the front desk would tell us that the police think it was an accidental death, that she was cleaning her gun. There was a kit on the table, and they think she dropped the gun, and then it shot a bullet through her face when it hit the table. She said, some scumbags already robbed her room. I masked my humiliation by acting appalled at her news, then quickly retreated back to the room. Len was good at the old pawn shop hustle. He got Ruth's stuff sold in less than a week and made over $1,000 in the process. We didn't sell everything, though. We kept the DVD player that was still plugged into the TV along with some movies. I think Ruth came back through the connection that she had with her worldly things. It angered her to see Len tiptoe over her corpse to grab handfuls of her belongings. The night she was cremated was the first night that she'd make herself known. Len would start losing more sleep than usual. He became paranoid, almost to the brink of insanity. He'd hallucinate that he'd see Ruth's white body bag standing in the dark corners of the room. Sometimes he'd see it peeking from doorways before it moved out of view. Not Ruth's face, but he knew it was her squirming around in the body bag. Finally, he couldn't take the visions. In an attempt to rid himself of the haunting, Len unplugged the DVD player and threw out the remainder of Ruth's things. That only upset her more, and Len's terrors grew past visuals and into more physical concerns. He'd wake up with no voice, like he'd been screaming all night. And I mean no voice. I don't know if you've ever strained your vocal cords to the point where all you can do is squeak like a mouse, but that was where he was at. Lying in bed, I'd see long red fingerprints across his neck and Adam's apple. This only fueled his insanity. I thought that I may have been going insane too because I couldn't explain how he'd gotten those marks, but at least I'd seen them. I don't know if it was better or worse. Is it scarier to go insane or have the monster be real? I found in Len's case that it's one and the same. To him, what he was seeing was as real as I was. The hallucinations continued to increase in morbidity, and the attacks that Len sustained started chipping away at my hallucinations theory, because I'd never heard of hallucinations leaving swollen bite marks like they were infected. I begged Len to go to a doctor, but we didn't have insurance. I told him that we'd figure it out, but he was stubborn and refused. Weeks went by, and no matter what we did, his fever never dropped below 100. We were both going cold turkey at this point and not even thinking about it. Nursing someone from the grips of death keeps the mind and hands occupied, and being on the grips of death, Len was having a hard time standing up on his own. He wasn't eating, and without using a scale, it was obvious that he'd lost a bunch of weight. He looked like he'd aged decades in a matter of days. His features were sunken in beyond recognition. I'll never forget him staring into the big mirror next to the closet and watching him bite into his own tongue until blood started to trickle down at the corners of his lips. He's smiling, like he's trying to hold in laughter, but his eyes are streaming with tears. Then he opens them up really wide, and his stare pans over to me, looking at him, now looking at me in the reflection of the mirror. Len slowly opened his mouth to show me the teeth that separated from his gums and remained lodged into his tongue. I don't think I'll ever get that image out of my head. That was the last straw. I grabbed the room phone and called 911. Len was rushed off to a hospital. Then he was transferred to a mental hospital, and I never actually saw him in person again. I stayed another week at the motel until I was able to sort things out with my family and move back in. It was a sobering event, and with the support of my dad, I went to rehab. I was able to close that chapter of my life for good. Years later, I tried looking up Len on social media, but I couldn't find him, and I don't really know what happened to him after the mental hospital. Those days feel like a past life that I'm so far away from now. That chapter, it's closed, but it wrapped up with loose ends. So I don't think I'll ever be able to fully forget. Len, if you're still out there, I hope you're doing well. And I hope you were able to settle your debt with Ruth. My parents bought their first house in the summer of 1986. Scripps Ranch, San Diego. A 3-bedroom in a neighborhood of established trees and shake shingle roofs. Definitely a suburban area where the yards were generous and the houses were close enough together that you knew your neighbors whether you intended to or not. My mom was 28, my dad 31. I wasn't born yet, which is relevant for most of the story, except the end. I was very much there for the end. My mother has told me this story so many times, I know it the way that I know things that I've actually lived through, which is in full detail, with specific textures that only stay with you when something meant enough to keep. I mean, she's told it at dinners, long drives, and once, memorably, to a group of my college friends who had asked her point blank if she believed in ghosts. She said that she hadn't before 1986, and hadn't found a reason to stop since. They moved in July. The house was empty, how new houses are, clean and full of possibility. Slightly too quiet, though. My dad spent the first 2 weeks fixing things that the previous owners had left unfinished. The small, unglamorous work of making a place actually yours. My mother, meanwhile, wanted to document everything. She had a 35mm camera that she'd gotten as a wedding gift, and she moved through every room, photographing the house the way that it looked before they changed anything, before the furniture arrived, before the paint, before the accumulation of a life filled in all the corners. She took 3 rolls over the course of that first week, mostly interior shots. The kitchen with its original tile, the living room with afternoon light coming through the front windows, the hallway, the bedrooms. She dropped the rolls off at a 1-hour photo place and picked them up the following afternoon. She sat in her car in the parking lot and went through them there, how she always did. The 3rd roll was the bedroom shots. She told me she was going through them one by one, approving of the light, making notes about what she wanted to change, and she turned to a photograph of the master bedroom, her and my dad's room, the one that would eventually be filled with their furniture and their life. And she stopped on that photo. The shot was taken from the doorway, looking in. Afternoon light through the window. Bare floors, the room empty. In the background, against the far wall, there was a mirror. The previous owners had left it. A large rectangular thing in a plain frame that my parents had already decided to replace. And in that mirror, clearly, was a face. It wasn't my mother's face. She was behind the camera. Not my father. He was working. She was alone in the house the entire afternoon she took those photos. She was certain of this. A face in the mirror of an empty room in a house where no one else was standing. She described it to me once, with this sort of eeriness to her voice. She'd clearly turned this image over in her mind for years. A man, she thought. Middle-aged, neither young nor old. No real expression that she could name. It wasn't threatening, frightening. It was just there, looking at the camera, looking like it noticed. She took the photograph back to the developer. The technician examined it carefully and told her what she already knew. Single exposure, no processing error, no reflection that could account for a fully formed face in that position. She asked him what he thought it was. He handed it back to her and said that he genuinely didn't know. My father's response, when he was shown the same photograph, was every rational possibility out loud in a methodical way. Could someone have been in the house? No. She'd been there the entire afternoon, every door locked. Could it be a reflection of something outside? No. The mirror's angle made it geometrically impossible. A flaw in the film, he suggested. But the developer had already ruled that out. He held the photograph for a long time, my mother explains. And he finally ran out of explanations. Then he said, well, and didn't say anything else for a while. They kept the photograph in a box with important documents. The deed, insurance papers, things you keep because they matter. I grew up not really knowing about it. It wasn't until I was older that I learned the details, that I learned that the house I grew up in was potentially haunted. I almost remember seeing it. I think I would have been around 7 or 8, standing at the kitchen table looking down at it, mixed up with other things. A bedroom that I recognized as my parents' room, but it was emptied out, and in a mirror there was this face. But it's either that or I've been able to imagine it so vividly due to the story itself. But I thought about it for days when I was a child, when my mom told me this story. I grew up around it, and it became ordinary. I was around 12 or 13 when the cedar fire came through Scripps Ranch. It started in October 2003 in the mountains east of San Diego. By the following morning, it was burning through our neighborhood at a speed that gave most residents just enough time to grab what they could carry and go. We loaded the car in the dark. My mother made decisions fast. My father carrying things out. Me standing in the driveway in a sort of daze. I could understand that something serious was happening, but not the full shape of it yet. We drove to my aunt's house in Chula Vista and watched the news and waited. We weren't allowed back for 4 days. Nobody was. I remember the drive back into Scripps Ranch, the smell before we could even see it, the way the entire block looked like it had been erased. Our house was still standing. Our garage was completely toast. I guess we were lucky in that specific cedar fire way of lucky. We didn't lose it all, but there was significant damage. The shake shingle roof had caught in some of the areas. The bedroom wing was gone. Most of what had been inside was gone too. The box had been in the closet in the bedroom of my parents. My mother didn't say much when she realized that it wasn't there anymore. It would be many years later that I would ask my mom about the photograph because naturally it came up in conversation with friends, and she reminded me that it was part of what we did lose that day. It's a shame. There's so much history in that house and so much history in what we lost. But my mother actually still lives in the rebuilt house. She replaced the mirror the first week in 1986 before the furniture had even arrived. So, whatever was in it then has had 38 years of a family living around it since. Our noise and our ordinary life filling in all of the corners the way she always wanted. I don't know if he's still there. I don't know if he was ever there in a way that we mean when we say that. But that face, it was seen. I only know what I saw, what I was told. It's gone now. The photograph, anyway. But I've always been curious if whatever he was stayed. I fall asleep to your content every night, and recently it had me thinking of my own experiences and which one would be the strangest to share. Here goes. I'm an older woman now and have had many experiences that some would most likely call paranormal. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so eons ago. I had a set of uncles and a cousin who lived in a neighborhood house. The house was owned by family friends who lived there first, and then ended up renting it out to my family. I'd always heard stories from those friends and then my own family about their experiences in the house. A lot of those experiences surrounded an apparition of a little girl, about 4 to 6 years old. Remember that. Now, from the outside, this house was normal looking. A 2-story, light blue house. Nothing distinct about it. Nothing abnormal from the outside. It had 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 sets of stairs leading upstairs. We often used the back door and the back staircase to get upstairs, because most of the hauntings took place around the front set of stairs. So that staircase had always been blocked off since as long as I could remember. Around the time I turned 13 or 14, my mom and I ended up having to stay there for a while due to financial issues that she was going through. I remember always feeling like everything was so dark in there and never wanting to be alone. But after visiting many times and then actually living there for a little while, I had never really experienced anything myself. So I started to think that maybe everyone was making things up or smoked too many J's or something. My mom and I had the 2 front bedrooms upstairs, closest to the blocked-off stairway. The first room had these 2 front-facing windows, and the second bedroom was right behind it with side-facing windows. This first really freaky thing that happened wasn't so much paranormal, but crazy nonetheless. At the time, my best friend was V, and we were both outcasts through and through, best of besties, hung out every day, skipped school all the time, all of that. A while after we started staying at this house, I took V up to the room I was staying in. We walked in, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, no fucking way." Of course, I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked. V started crying and said, "Remember when I told you about that dream? The one that I always have, where I'm a little girl sitting in the window and I fall out the window and I die?" I'm literally getting chills recounting this. She kept going, telling me this was the room. These were the windows from the dream that she'd had countless times. So we talked about it a little. I was getting creeped out because she was so emotional, and I really had no reason not to believe her. She wasn't one to lie or make things up, and I'd never told her about the little ghost girl that people had seen. We ended up coming to the conclusion that maybe, in a past life, she'd lived and died there, and that the apparition of the little girl that people kept seeing was possibly her from another life. Up to this point, nothing really paranormal had happened to me, but about 2 nights later, after V and the window incident, I got a full-on taste of it. I was sound asleep in that same front room. I had a pet rat named Freddy who was in a cage on the left side of my bed. I woke up to Freddy screeching as loud as he could, like nothing I'd ever heard him do before. I sat up and he climbed up the side of his cage, screeching at the top of his little lungs, clawing at the side of the cage. I was literally like, what's going on? I went to stand up, and out of nowhere, a pen came flying at my face from the area of the window. It stopped right in front of my eyes and dropped to the floor. I was not on drugs or alcohol. I was only 13 or 14, didn't party, had no mental health issues. This 100% happened. I was so scared I ran to the other room where my mom was and laid down with her. The whole night I had awful nightmares. The one I distinctly remember was of a huge bloodshot eye with red and blue lights flashing behind it, looking at me through the window in the room my mom was in, the one that I was in with her that night. The other dreams were full of dark shadows, being lost, and just odd stuff like that. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. I started to remember everything from the night before, so I went to check on Freddy. He was okay, acting normal. I looked down, and that pen was still right there, where it had fallen in front of my face the night before. I didn't pick up that pen. I don't know who did. It stayed there for weeks, and then one day it just wasn't there anymore. That was the only experience in that house that I would actually consider paranormal. That was horrible to recount. It's been a very long time since I've thought about that night in such depth. Thanks for listening. I truly used to be the guy that laughed at ghost hunting shows. I grew up hearing my mom's stories from the Philippines, but I always chalked them up to old world superstitions or funeral-induced stress. But after what happened last winter, I'm all done. I don't just believe in this stuff anymore. I'm terrified of it. Part 1. The Heavy Bag. The Philippines, 1980s. My mom's story is the baseline for my fear. She was at a funeral for a relative, and because of the stifling humidity, she, her cousin, and her 2 brothers headed back to the house to bathe and change. The second they stepped inside, the air didn't just cool down, it curdled. She said it felt like someone had supercharged an industrial freezer and vented it directly into the foyer. They didn't have an AC. It was impossible. While they stood there shivering, they heard it. Running. Heavy, frantic footsteps on the second floor. Everyone was supposed to be at the funeral parlor. The group huddled together, eyes glued to the staircase. They saw something white flutter over the landing. It was just a crumpled, empty plastic grocery bag, caught in a draft. It drifted down towards the first step, but when it hit the wood, it didn't crinkle. Thunk. The sound was heavy, like a man in steel-toed work boots stomping with all of his weight. Every time that weightless bag hit a step, the house shook with such force. Thunk, thunk, thunk. They didn't wait for it to reach the bottom. They just bolted. Part 2. The Hangar. Fast forward to last year. I went to a local aviation museum for a paranormal investigation night. The building is brand new, so I figured it was a scam. But the exhibits, they're donated by families of pilots who spent their entire lives in those cockpits. Sometimes they're the airframes where those pilots died. Early on, I kept seeing movement on the balcony, shadows ducking behind crates, watching us. I actually called out, "Hey, kids shouldn't be up there." The guide stopped dead. "What kids? We're the only ones in the building." Part 3. The Estes Method. We moved to a secluded corner near an airframe that had been pulled out of a lake 80 years after its crash. This was where we decided to try the Estes Method. What is the Estes Method? It's basically sensory deprivation on steroids. One person, the receiver, wears heavy-duty noise-canceling headphones plugged into a spirit box that sweeps through radio frequencies at high speed. They also wear a blindfold. The idea is that the receiver can't hear the questions the investigators are asking. They just shout out whatever words or sounds come through the static. It cuts out the power of suggestion. I volunteered to go under. The moment the blindfold went on and the static started, the world vanished. And then the cold hit. I usually run hot. I'm the guy wearing a t-shirt in -20 weather while everyone else is freezing. But inside those headphones, it felt like I was being plunged into a tank of ice water. I sat there for what felt like hours, my hands shaking so violently they started to ache. I was shouting out words that I heard through the white noise, angry words, names, dates, stuff that apparently had my friends turning pale. When they finally tapped me to finish, my friend grabbed my hand to help me up. She screamed and jumped back. My skin was ice cold, not chilly. I felt more like a corpse. 2 minutes after taking the gear off and walking away from the airframe, I was back to sweating. The transition was instant. My body temperature shouldn't be able to swing 30 degrees in 120 seconds, but it did. Part 4. The Targeting. We moved to the next hangar. My friend went under for the Estes Method this time, and I stayed out to watch. I thought I was safe. I wasn't. It felt like whatever was in that building had locked onto me. My friend, blindfolded and hearing nothing but static, suddenly muttered, "I'm going to touch you." Immediately, Something grabbed my sleeve and yanked hard. I stumbled toward the empty air. Then came the slaps. Sharp, stinging hits to my hands and shoulders. I actually had bruises the next day on my shoulders. I tried to move away, to get some distance, and that's when something grabbed my ponytail and wrenched my head back, so hard my neck popped. I spun around, snapping at my friend. "Are you kidding me? Stop pulling my hair." But my friend looked terrified. I didn't do that. I haven't moved. I looked at the empty, dark hangar, then at my arms and hands. I realized that the thunking plastic bag from my mom's story, that wasn't a fluke. Sometimes the things that shouldn't have weight are the ones that hit the hardest. I'm never going back. Fuck that museum. Not my usual kind of post, but I guess I'm looking for someone who might have gone through something similar. Or maybe just a place to write it down so I don't feel so crazy. Either way, here goes. For context, I live a pretty boring life. Same town my whole life, work from home for a small marketing company. I don't go out much aside from groceries or the occasional coffee shop trip. I've got a small circle, my sister, 2 close friends, and my partner, Jamie. That's about it. It started about 6 months ago. My friend Mia texted me asking if I'd gotten a new job. I said no, why? She responded, "Weird, I saw you at the Shell station on Sycamore wearing a hospital badge. Even waved, but you didn't look at me." Thing is, I never go to that gas station. It's in the opposite direction of everything I do, and I definitely don't work at a hospital. I laughed it off, told her maybe I had a twin that I didn't know about. She joked that my evil twin snubbed her. I didn't think about it again until about a month later. Jamie and I were watching TV when his phone buzzed. It was a missed call and voicemail from his cousin Jack, who lives about an hour away. We listened to the voicemail together. Jack said something like, "Hey, just saw Carrie at the plaza near the theater. Didn't realize you guys were in town. She looked like she was in a rush. I didn't get a chance to say hi. Let me know if y'all want to grab lunch." I was on the couch in sweatpants with a bowl of cereal at the time that Jack said he saw me. And again, the plaza is not somewhere that I've ever been. We both laughed it off. Maybe someone with a similar haircut, whatever. But it kept happening. A cashier at the coffee shop asked if I was feeling better, said I looked sick the day before when I came in. I hadn't been there all week. A neighbor waved at me one morning and later asked if I was house-sitting for someone down the block because she'd seen me coming out of their front door around 7 a.m. That one really unsettled me. Not because she was watching me. If you're from a small town, everyone knows what everyone's doing. Obviously, it unsettled me because I wasn't leaving that house. I don't even know the people in that house. And 7 a.m., I'm barely functioning until 9. But the worst one, the one that made me stop brushing it off, was what happened with my sister. She called me late at night, kind of panicked. I picked up before I could say anything. She said, "Where did you go?" I was confused. I told her that I was at home, in bed. What was she talking about? She said that she'd just seen me outside of her apartment. To be clear, my sister lives about 30 minutes away from me, in a secured building with a gate and keycard access. She told me that she had just parked and was walking up to her door when she saw me across the lot. She waved, and I didn't wave back. Instead, I turned and walked quickly around the corner of the building. She said it was definitely me. Same coat, same posture, same gait, same sister. She even called out my name. I told her that she'd been mistaken, that I wasn't anywhere near her place, and she didn't believe me at first. Actually, she got kind of upset. Said, "Why would you lie about something like that?" I had to FaceTime her, show her my bedroom, my pajamas, the fact that I was clearly not anywhere near her complex. That was the moment her face changed. I watched the realization wash over her in real time. She said quietly, "I swear to God, it was you. I'd bet my life on it." I asked her to describe what she saw. She said I looked tired, like I was avoiding her, but there was something off. She said my face looked tight, and that was the word she used, like I was forcing it to be neutral. And the way I walked, while familiar, it was a little unnaturally stiff. She thought that I was upset with her, avoiding a conversation. I haven't been to her place in months. Since then, she's been a little nervous with me. Not in a dramatic way, just little things. She double-checks plans, triple-checks, confirms things multiple times. She even asked once, "This is really you, right?" Half joking, but not really. And then just last week, Jamie told me something that really upset me. He said that he woke up around 3 a.m. and he saw me standing at the foot of the bed, just staring at him. When he called my name, I didn't move. He blinked, reached for his phone to turn on the flashlight, and I was gone. But I was asleep next to him, the whole time. He swears it wasn't sleep paralysis, says he sat up, that he saw someone who looked exactly like me, just watching. Maybe I'm giving him nightmares. Who knows? We tried to debunk it. He was dreaming, maybe it was sleep paralysis, but he's sure of what he saw. I don't really know what to do with any of this. It's not like I can report it. I'd like to file a complaint about my double impersonating me in public. It sounds insane, but people keep seeing me. Not just seeing, but interacting, waving, talking, watching. And every time, it's almost me, close enough to fool everyone I love, but not quite right. I know it's irrational, but even the idea of mirrors kind of freak me out now. I don't like the idea that there might be something else walking around in my skin. I haven't seen it myself, but I don't think I want to. Because if I ever come face to face with it, I don't know which one of us will still be standing when it's over. I mean, I have no idea what any of it means. I just know that it unsettles me deeply. In my family, seeing spirits isn't treated like a horror story. It's treated like an ability that sometimes shows up and sometimes fades. My grandmother used to say that her mother could see them, not constantly, just in certain moments. She described it as noticing who else is in the room. That phrasing always stuck with me. It wasn't about being haunted. It was about awareness. When I was a teenager, I started to understand what she meant. We were staying in a hotel out of town for a wedding. I remember the room clearly. Beige curtains, patterned carpet, one of those stiff armchairs pushed in the corner near the window. I had fallen asleep watching television, the low hum of it still in the background. At some point during the night, I woke up without knowing why. It wasn't a jolt. It was kind of a gentle awareness that you get when someone turns on a light in another room. I opened my eyes, and I saw my grandmother sitting in the chair. She was angled slightly toward the bed, her hands resting in her lap the way that she used to sit when she was listening to someone tell a story. The lamp beside her was off, but I could see her clearly in the dim wash of the light from the TV. She looked completely solid. Her hair was styled the same way she wore it toward the end of her life, soft and brushed back from her face. She had on a cardigan I recognized immediately, pale blue, one that she wore often. There was no crazy moment of realization. I just knew it was her instantly. The recognition came first, before logic had time to object. Maybe I wanted her to speak or reach towards me, but she was simply there, watching in a way that felt protective rather than intrusive, and that was enough. I pushed myself up on my elbows, and in that small shift of movement, she was gone. The chair was empty again. I lay back down, oddly calm. My heart wasn't racing and I didn't feel threatened. If anything, I felt steadier than I had before I'd fallen asleep. The next morning when I told my mom what happened, she didn't laugh or dismiss it. She just said, "That sounds like her, just watching over us." Years passed. I didn't see anything for a long time. I wondered if maybe that moment had just been grief processing itself in a way that my brain couldn't handle. Then my former coworker passed away. She died of leukemia, and it was quick, too quick. She'd been one of those people who filled a space without even trying, organized, kind, always dressed neatly, always wearing the same soft, neutral tones that somehow looked polished instead of plain. After she died, I found myself sitting at her desk one afternoon. It hadn't been reassigned yet. Papers were still stacked the way that she'd left them. A coffee mug sat near the edge, untouched. I don't know why I chose that moment to sit there. Maybe I wanted to feel close to her one more time. After a few minutes, I stood up and walked towards the hallway. Something, and I can't explain what, made me turn around. And when I did, she was sitting in her chair, exactly where I'd been, wearing one of her usual blouses, her hair pulled back in the same way she wore it at work. I could only see her from the waist up, as if the lower half of her body was hidden behind the desk. But what I saw was unmistakable. She wasn't looking through me. She was looking at me, directly. The moment lasted less than a second. Then the chair was empty again. I stood there in the hallway longer than I meant to, trying to steady myself. My pulse had jumped, but not from fear, from recognition. It's a very specific sensation, recognizing someone you know shouldn't be there. I didn't run, I just carried it. Eventually, she faded too. Both experiences were clear, clean, undeniable, and neither of them felt negative. That's the part I think people struggle with when I explain it. There's no menace, no cold rush of dread, no sense of intrusion. If anything, there was a quiet reassurance to both encounters, as though the boundary between places is thinner in certain moments, and some people know how to step near it without crossing too far. I can't see spirits constantly. I don't walk through rooms scanning for them. Most days, my life feels entirely ordinary. But I've come to accept something my grandmother seemed to understand long before I did. Some people notice who else is in the room. Not everyone stays. Not everyone lingers. Sometimes they just look in. And sometimes, if you're paying attention, you can look back. I was about 10 years old when I saw the most unsettling thing I've seen in my life. It was 1995, summer. I was riding my bike home from a friend's house, cutting through the empty schoolyard like I always did. The playground sat abandoned as it always did. I should have felt safe. Broad daylight, familiar setting, nothing unusual. But then I saw it. It was standing near the chain link fence, just beyond the basketball courts. At first, I thought it was a person. A tall man, maybe. But as I rode closer, something was wrong. Its body, too thin, and it was so dark, not wearing clothes like anything I'd ever seen. Its head, or whatever was atop its shoulders, was tilted downward, like it was studying something near its feet. I slowed my bike. My stomach hurt. Something about it made my skin crawl. The air felt different around it. It wasn't that summer breeze. It was heavy, thick. The cicadas had stopped, and it was silence that ran through my ears. Even the heat seemed less oppressive, like the sun itself had moved away from this thing. I could have just pedaled faster, and I should have just gone home, but I didn't. As if sensing me, the figure's head finally lifted, and that's when I saw its lack of a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth black void. It was featureless, wrong in every way, and I can't really explain it, yet I knew it was looking at me, that it could see me, seeing it. I gripped the handlebars so tight that my knuckles were hurting. My feet were hovering over the pedals, caught between fight and flight. Then it moved, not towards me, just a hand. A long, dark void of a hand. And then it pointed at the slide. At first I didn't understand. The rusted metal slide was old, too hot to play on during the day. It stood there, empty. The surface was gleaming under the sun, and I glanced back at the figure. It hadn't moved. It was just pointing. And then I heard its voice. It was in my head. Go down the slide. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. I felt my body tense and my muscles were locking. My hands were trembling on the handlebars. My feet, as if controlled by something outside myself, shifted toward the ground. Go down the slide. The words were calm, patient, but insistent. My stomach twisted again. I didn't want to, but my legs swung over the bike seat anyway. My body moved on its own, like a puppet, and invisible strings pulling me. My sneakers crutched against the gravel, and I walked forward. Just once, the voice said again. I was at the base of the slide now. I reached out, brushing the hot metal. It burned my skin, but I didn't pull away. I was shaking. I wanted to stop, to run, but I couldn't. A soft, slow, clicking sound echoed behind me. It was dry, like something tapping against bone. The figure hadn't moved. I couldn't see its face, of course, but I felt like it was smiling. My foot lifted, ready to climb the steps. Then a car horn blared. The sound had shattered whatever hold had been over me. My limbs snapped back to control, and I staggered away from the slide. I was trying to catch my breath. The car pulled up near the sidewalk. My neighbor, Mr. Reed, he was sitting in the driver's seat staring at me with a frown. You okay, kid? I turned back to the fence. The thing was gone. I noticed the normal sounds returned. Cicadas. They were buzzing so loud it felt like they were drilled into my skull. The air was warm but breezy. Normal. I didn't answer Mr. Reed. I just bolted back to my bike. I pedaled as fast as I could, and I never cut through that schoolyard again. I never told anyone about what I saw, what nearly happened. But sometimes when I'd pass that playground or get a glance at that slide, I wonder what would have happened if I climbed those steps, if I'd sat down, let myself slide into whatever was waiting for me at the bottom. Surely I would have burned myself pretty bad. I don't know. I think about that moment a lot. I've been a night shift lead for a private security firm for 6 years. I'm the guy who laughs at the rookies when they get spooked by a settling building or a stray cat. I believe in facts and logs and high-definition footage. At least, I always have. But I worked the contract for the Oak Haven Corporate Center a few months back. Now I won't even sit in a room with a motion sensor light. I'm pretty sure that sounds dramatic, but I'll explain. Oak Haven is one of those smart buildings, and no, that's not the real name, but it's all glass, steel, automated everything. My job was simple. Sit in the command center, watch 16 monitors, and wait for the software to flag a variance. If a door opens without a key card, or a sensor trips after hours, the system pings my tablet and I go to investigate. This started on a random Tuesday, but it was 3:14 a.m. exactly. A high priority alert flashed red on my screen. Suite 402, manual override. Now, Suite 402 is a high security server room. You can't just swipe in. You need a physical master key. Only 3 people have that key, and none of them should have been there on a Tuesday morning. I checked the hallway camera. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I assumed it was a faulty magnetic strike. Hardware fails all the time. I logged it as a glitch and moved on. Wednesday, 3:14 a.m., same alert, Suite 402, manual override. I didn't even check the camera this time. I just grabbed my heavy mag light and I headed up the freight elevator. When I got to the door, it was locked. I pulled on the handle solid. I used my own master key to enter. The room was freezing, but that's normal for a server hub. Everything looked fine. But when I got back to the desk and checked the internal thermal logs, I got chills. Real chills. The thermal sensor inside 402 had tracked a heat signature. It started at the door at 3:14 a.m., moved directly to the main terminal. It stayed for 6 minutes, and then just vanished. On Thursday, I decided to catch the glitch in the act. I told my partner Dave to stay at the monitors while I went up early. I entered Suite 402 at 3:10 a.m., shut the door, and didn't turn on the lights. I stood in the corner, my back against the server racks, watching the door handle in the dark. 3:14 a.m. hit. The door didn't move. The handle didn't even jiggle. The room stayed silent except for the hum of the cooling fans. Then my radio crackled. It was Dave. His voice made me nervous. "Hey man, what are you doing?" "I'm standing here, Dave," I whispered into the mic. "The door hasn't moved. It's a dead room." "No, you're not," Dave stuttered. "But I'm looking at the thermal feed for 402 right now. You're standing by the racks, yeah, but there's something else in there. They're standing right in front of you. You're looking right at them." I was already pretty frozen, but now I absolutely went stone. I couldn't see the thing in the dark. I could see nothing. But suddenly the air in front of me felt thicker, like someone was exhaling directly onto my face. Then, the main terminal screen on the desk hissed to life. The blue light illuminated the room, and I saw nothing. No one was there. But the keyboard was clicking, clack, 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 fast, methodical. I lunged at the desk, shining my flashlight on the chair, but it was empty. On the screen, though, a notepad file was opened. Didn't look like code. It was a list. 2:10, checked Instagram. 2:45, text Amy, I'll be home late. 3:03, ate a sandwich. It was a log of everything that I had done in the security office that night. I didn't bother hanging around. It was time for me to go anyways. I didn't even grab my bag from the break room. I told Dave I was done. I walked out the front doors right then and there and sat in my car for a long time. I did some digging. The guy who had my job before me, he was a veteran named Miller, a company man. He never missed a shift in 20 years, but he died of a massive heart attack at his desk last year while performing a routine system audit. The time of death on the report was 3:14 a.m. My guess is Miller is still on the clock, and that he's actually keeping an eye on the staff. Doesn't mean I'm going back there, though. No thanks. This is a story my great-grandpa told my family for as long as anyone can remember. It happened long before I was born, back when my mom and aunts were little. I've heard it so many times that I can picture it clear as day, like I was there myself. They'd been visiting my great-grandpa's brother that night. It was late when they finally pulled into the driveway. It was country dark, where the trees blend into the sky. My great-grandpa noticed right away that something was off. The back door was open, not all the way, just cracked, like someone had slipped in or out and hadn't bothered to close it. He said that his stomach did that thing immediately. The door was never left unlocked. He told my great-grandma and the kids to stay in the car. My mom remembers how serious his voice sounded. Quiet, but firm. The kind of tone that you don't argue with. He reached under the driver's seat and took out his pistol. Then went in alone. He said the air inside felt wrong the moment he stepped through the door. The house was still, but not in a peaceful way. It was the kind of silence that presses on your ears, heavy and expectant. He'd only made it a few steps into the kitchen when he saw something. At first, he thought it was an animal, a large cat, maybe, like a bobcat or something that had wandered in. But as his eyes adjusted, he realized it wasn't shaped quite right. The body was too low, too long, and it wasn't moving like any animal he'd ever seen. He said it was pitch black, so dark it didn't seem to reflect the light from his flashlight at all, like the shape itself swallowed the light instead. And then it moved. It darted forward in a blur, silent and fast. He didn't even think, he just fired, point blank. The shot echoed through the house, but the thing didn't react or flinch or slow down. It rushed past him, out through the open back door, and vanished into the night. Outside, my great-grandma and the kids saw it too. My mom says that she remembers seeing a dark, shapeless figure burst from the doorway, like a humanoid plume of smoke disappearing into the tree line. Not a person, just person-shaped. Once my great-grandpa was sure they were all safe, he searched the house top to bottom, every room, every corner. Nothing was disturbed. No broken glass, no claw marks, no sign of a struggle. He went back out with a lantern, checking for blood or tracks, anything that might explain it, but there was nothing. Not a single footprint in the dirt. He checked again the next morning, hoping daylight might reveal something he'd missed. Still, nothing. The ground was soft from rain, but there were no impressions. No trace that anything had been there at all. But where was his brother? He'd show up again in 2 days, having no idea what my great-grandfather was talking about. No one else should have been there, and he'd never seen a shadow with shape. My great-grandpa wasn't the type to make things up. He was an old-school kind of man, steady and not easily shaken. He hunted, he farmed, he fixed everything himself, spent time in the woods, the mountains. If he said something scared him, he took it seriously. And he always said that night was the only time in his life he ever felt real fear. He never called it a ghost or a demon, nothing like that. He'd just say that it wasn't any animal I know. and it wasn't human. To this day, my family still talks about it whenever we visit that old house, the one that belonged to my great-uncle. No one knows what that thing was, but we all believe my great-grandpa. Still, I'd really love to know what he saw that night. I moved to Washington State from Atlanta 14 months ago for work, and I'm still adjusting to what the landscape does to you out here. In Georgia, the trees are tall, but the sky is always present, always available. Here, the forest closes over everything. The sky becomes something that you have to earn. I don't mean it as a complaint. I find it beautiful. I just mean that the scale of it surprises me sometimes still. The way a new language surprises you even after you've been speaking it for a while. I'd been hiking the trail for about 40 minutes when this fog rolled in. It doesn't announce itself out here the way that weather does in other places. It just arrives. It was sitting low between the trees, softening everything beyond 30 feet into suggestion. I'd passed 3 other hikers earlier, but I hadn't seen anyone in a while, and the fog made the trail feel narrower, more interior, and it seemed to bring with it a quiet that had weight to it. I stopped to check my phone for the trail map, and when I looked up, there was a figure at the tree line, maybe 20 feet off the trail, just inside the tree line where the fog was a bit thicker. Standing completely still, appeared to be facing me. I couldn't make out features other than legs, the fog in the distance, the light filtering gray through this canopy of trees. It made detail impossible. But the shape was unmistakably a person. The bearing of it, the proportion, the standing on 2 feet. There it was in the trees, just watching me with the patience of something that had been doing it for a long time before I noticed. Maybe it's a person, I thought. Another hiker who'd stepped off the trail. My second thought arrived almost immediately after, and it was that something about the stillness of this hiker was wrong. We shift as humans. We move and fidget, adjust packs, check phones. This figure did none of those things. It simply stood there. I raised a hand. Quite the fog. I wasn't waving exactly. More the uncertain gesture that you make when you're not sure if you're being acknowledged or ignored. They didn't respond. But the figure moved. And when I say this, I just want to say it's the best way I can explain it. This thing covered the distance between 2 trees, maybe 15 feet apart, in a way that didn't correspond, not to how a body moves through space. It wasn't running or walking. Something between those things that was faster than either should have been. And it did this with making no sound at all. And then it was still again. Further down the tree line, the fog a little thicker. I can honestly say I've never been in that type of situation before. I stood on the trail for a moment, I guess waiting for it to do that again. And then I just turned and walked back the way I came. I wasn't running. I walked at a pace that I was consciously keeping steady because something told me that running would mean acknowledging it even more than I had. I think at that moment I wasn't even ready to admit what I'd seen. I didn't want to acknowledge it. I haven't really told anyone around here, partly because I'm still new, and I don't want to be the transplant from Georgia who got spooked in the woods. Partly because everyone I've met who grew up in the Pacific Northwest has a specific expression when the forest comes up in conversation. Something settled and careful. And I think maybe they already know. I think maybe out here, you learn to not mention certain things. I think maybe I'm starting to understand why. My sister saw something years ago that still haunts her to this day. She doesn't like talking about it, and when she does, it takes a lot out of her. I've only heard the full story once, and even then she had to stop a few times to collect herself. At the time, she was living in Kansas with her now ex-husband, who was active military. I'm not sure the exact town, but it was somewhere near the base. Things were rough for her back then, emotionally, mentally. Her husband was abusive, and she'd started taking late-night drives just to get out of the house and breathe. There was a small park that she liked to go to. Nothing fancy, some trees, a little playground, one way in and out across an old covered bridge. She'd go late at night, sometimes bringing a blanket and a candle just to sit on the grass, listen to music, and just exist in silence. She told me this happened on one of those nights. She was laying on her back, staring up at the sky, music in her ears, candle flickering beside her. On one side, woods, on the other side, the parking lot and the playground. She said it was so quiet that night she could hear the wind shifting through the grass. And then out of nowhere, a voice in her head said, "Get up, now." She sat up. Every hair on her body stood on end. She looked around. Nothing. No cars, no footsteps. Just the same quiet park she'd been coming to for weeks. At first, anyway. She scanned left to right and then looked back to her left again. And that's when she saw movement at the tree line. At first, she figured it was a deer or maybe someone out walking their dog. But the longer she stared, the more she realized it was standing upright, slender, too tall. She couldn't see the details at first, but it had this strange gait, like it was gliding across the grass in long, unnatural strides. Still, she didn't panic. Not yet. She just gathered her things, trying to convince herself it was just a person. But when she looked up, the figure had crossed more distance than was natural or possible. It was still far off, but something about the way it moved didn't sit right with her. That's when she noticed how long its limbs were, how unnatural the movement had become, and how quiet it was, despite now being close enough that she should have heard shoes, gravel, something. She stood up and started walking quickly towards her car. She couldn't run. She said something in her gut told her not to run. It felt like if she did, it would give it permission to chase. She said the worst part was walking diagonally toward the car while knowing this thing was closing in. Every few steps she could hear it now. Soft, crunching footsteps behind her, measured but fast. She didn't dare turn around. When she reached her car and yanked open the door, she finally saw it under the parking lot lights. It was just standing there, too tall, skin pale like bone, no hair anywhere. Its arms hung incredibly low, and its legs, they moved in a way that she couldn't even explain, like it was bent in all the wrong places. She never got a good look at its face. She said that she couldn't. It was too close to her headlights, too tall for her line of sight from inside the car. She reversed so fast she nearly backed into the playground fence, then peeled out toward the bridge. She didn't look back until she hit the far side of the bridge and knew she was putting distance behind her. When she finally did glance in the mirror, it was still standing in the same spot. It hadn't followed. It hadn't moved. It just watched. She never went back to that park. For years afterward, she was afraid to be outside alone at night, even in residential neighborhoods. She told me she still gets flashes of that moment far too often, especially when walking the dog or sitting in a car alone. And she kept that story to herself for a long time, didn't think anyone would believe her. But since then, I've seen more stories pop up, people describing things that sound eerily similar. It makes me wonder just how many people out there have seen something like it and kept quiet. She swears it wasn't human. She swears it wasn't anything that belonged above ground. And I believe her. I wasn't there, but I could still see the way her hands trembled when she told me the story, the way her voice shook, And sometimes late at night when I'm alone outside, I think of it too. And I hope if it ever does happen to me, I'm close enough to safety to run. My daughter turned 3 in April. She's at that age where the line between what's real and what isn't doesn't particularly concern her, where she'll hold a full conversation with the air beside her and move on without explanation. I watch her sometimes from the kitchen window or anywhere, and I feel something that I couldn't name for weeks. It finally came to me last month. I know that feeling. I've been on the other side of it. I grew up on a farmhouse outside of Vineland, New Jersey. My parents bought the property in 1975, an old house built in 1906, 3 stories, a porch running the wide width of the front, set back a few hundred yards from the road, on 4 acres that my parents carved out of what had once been a much larger working farm. It had been in the Hauser family for generations before my father's family acquired it. By the time my parents moved in, it needed significant work and had been sitting long enough to develop opinions about being disturbed. My mother felt something was wrong on the first day, right when she walked through the door, she says. She's told me this so many times I could recite it, that sentence, that tone. She felt it, and then she forgot about it. And then about 4 weeks later, something happened that brought it back. I was 3 years old, the same age my daughter is now. What I actually remember from that summer is fragmentary and specific in equal measure. The way childhood memories are. Certain details are sharp as glass and everything around them soft. I remember the yard. I remember the quality of the afternoon light on the grass behind the house. And I remember not being alone in it. I don't remember her face. I'll be honest. I was 3, and whatever image I might have retained has been overlaid by decades and by everything my parents and my older brother Danny told me afterward. What I remember is a feeling, warmth beside me, this unhurried attention, the specific sense of someone who had nowhere else to be and was content simply being there. I talked, how 3-year-olds talk, constantly and probably about nothing, but about everything. And whatever was beside me in that yard, it listened in a way that I felt rather than saw. Danny was 7 that summer. He's told me his version many times over the years, the way siblings trade childhood stories until everyone has everyone else's memories. He says that he watched me a lot, standing in the yard talking to no one, and that what unsettled him wasn't that I was alone. I was clearly, visibly alone, but that I didn't seem alone, that my body was oriented towards something, my attention fixed, the way that you look at a person rather than the air. There was a glow, he would say. He says he mentioned it to my mother once. She looked at him for a long moment and didn't say anything. But the glow that Danny mentions, it's something I can't really remember seeing, but I remember the feeling, the warmth. My parents described the rest to me in pieces over the years, the stories of the house, the children's laughter that my mother heard outside when we were all asleep, tools that would go missing from my father's workshop and turn up days later in places he hadn't put them. My father, who approached everything with the detached practicality of a man who didn't believe in things he couldn't measure, eventually keeping a log of disappearances. The feeling both of them carried of being watched and assessed, it wasn't threatening. It was just someone noting their behavior, checked on. They came to believe that it was Ella Hauser, the woman whose family had built the house in 1906 and held it for generations before my grandfather bought it. There wasn't a dramatic revelation, I guess. Just a gradual accumulation that pointed in that direction. Ella had spent her life in that house. Whatever she thought about new people arriving to change it, she apparently intended to keep an eye on things. My parents, they held a seance the summer that I was 4. A friend facilitated. Candles, the whole careful arrangement. They asked Ella and whoever else might be present to move on, to go peacefully, to release the house. The gravestone moved that night. There was a stone on the property, old, heavy, the kind of thing that required 4 men and real effort to lift. My parents had moved it to a field about 100 yards from the house when they were clearing the land. They'd left it there, out of the way, and that's where it had sat. The morning after the seance, it was back in its place, near the back door. My father went through the rational possibilities, the way that he went through everything. Someone moved it as a prank. No footprints in the soft ground, no vehicle tracks, no evidence of anyone on the property. It shifted naturally. 100 yards, overnight. A stone that weight. He ran out of possibilities faster than usual. My mother said she found it almost funny that Ella had been asked politely to leave and had responded by moving a several 100-pound gravestone to her back door overnight. She said it felt less like a threat and more like a statement. I was here before you, and I'll be here after, and we might as well make our peace with that. They made their peace with it. The house settled into something functional between my family and whatever Ella remained of. Not comfortable exactly, but understood. The experiences continued, but changed in texture, became background rather than foreground. My parents lived there for many more years. I do think about Ella in the yard with my 3-year-old self. I don't feel frightened. I feel something close to grateful. She had built something and loved it and couldn't leave it. And she found a small child in the yard in afternoons, sat beside her in the sun. My daughter played in our backyard yesterday, talking to the air beside her with full concentration. I watched from the kitchen window, with my coffee going cold in my hand. I didn't go outside. Whatever she was saying, it seemed like a private conversation. I live alone. I'm in my early 30s, work remotely, and bought a small house at the end of a cul-de-sac 3 years ago. It's quiet here, predictable, and I like that kind of neighborhood. The only constant in my life is my dog, Murphy. Murphy is a 70-pound golden retriever with exactly 2 modes, aggressively friendly or aggressively asleep. He's never met a person that he didn't immediately assume was his best friend, which is why what happened still doesn't sit right with me. It was late October last year, around 10:45 p.m. I remember the time because I'd just turned off a movie and realized Murphy hadn't gone out since dinner. I clipped his leash on and stepped out onto the front porch. It was a cold night, windless, no crickets or traffic, just still and quiet. Murphy trotted ahead of me towards a small patch of grass near the sidewalk, and then he stopped. It wasn't a pause, it was a full stop. His body went stiff, tail lowered but not tucked, ears forward. He wasn't barking or growling, just staring. Under the streetlight at the end of my driveway stood 2 kids, a boy and a girl, maybe 10 or 11 years old. They were side by side, just at the edge of the light. I hadn't even heard or seen them walk up. That bothered me immediately. Murphy hears everything. I gave a small wave. Hey, are you guys okay? They didn't wave back. The boy spoke first. May we come inside and use your phone? His voice was calm, almost adult or mature-like. It wasn't shaky or scared, just flat. I glanced around, expecting to see a car or an adult nearby. There was nothing. It's kind of late, I said. Where are your parents? They're coming, he replied. The girl hadn't looked away from me once. Murphy made a low sound in his throat. It was a warning. I felt a prickle run up the back of my neck. Do you live around here? I asked. We just need to come inside, the boy said again. Same tone and cadence. Something about the way he phrased it I didn't like. They hadn't stepped any closer. They were waiting. I shook my head. I'm sorry. I can't let you in, but I can call someone for you. The girl's head tilted slightly. You don't have to be afraid, she said. The words hit me all wrong. I hadn't said I was afraid. Murphy moved in front of me then, fully in front, blocking my legs. I'd never seen him do that. And that's when the boy said it. Murphy doesn't like us. Every muscle in my body locked. I never said my dog's name. There's no tag on his collar with his name visible from that distance. And even if there had been, they were too far away to read it. I swallowed. How did you know his name? Neither of them answered. Instead, they stepped forward. Just one step. And that's when I saw their eyes clearly. At first glance, they looked normal, dark but normal. Then they lifted their chins slightly, and as the light shifted, there was no white, no iris, just solid black. Flat, empty. Murphy started barking, loud, deep, not his playful bark, the one he uses when someone knocks on the door. I stumbled backward toward the porch. I'm gonna call the police, I said, fumbling for my phone. The boy's voice sharpened for the first time. You won't need to do that. And just like that, the streetlights flickered. Murphy lunged forward so hard, I almost dropped his leash. When I looked back up, they were gone. Nowhere to be found. Murphy, as confused as I was, he was barking into the darkness long after there was nothing there. We went inside, locked the door, checked the security camera footage immediately. The clip shows me stepping outside with Murphy. It shows him stopping and barking. It shows me backing up toward the house. But there's no one under the streetlight. Not even shapes or shadows. The police came anyway. They checked the area. No missing kids reported. No one wandering. No footprints in the frost. I barely slept that night. The next morning, Murphy refused to go outside. He planted himself by the door and wouldn't budge. It took weeks before he would step out onto the front lawn after dark again. For months after that, I convinced myself that I was under a lot of stress, that it had to have been a trick of the light. Until 3 weeks ago, I was sitting on my couch, Murphy asleep beside me, and my phone buzzed. Motion detected. Front door. I opened the camera app. 2 kids stood on my porch. The same ones. My heart was racing, and Murphy's head lifted slowly beside me. Before I could move or speak, I saw the girl smile. Through the speaker, clear as day, the boy's voice said, Murphy. The video feed cut out. By the time I reached the door, the porch was empty, and there were no footprints. and judging by Murphy's reaction shortly after, I think he definitely heard it too. As for the footage, yeah, they're not there. I don't know what those kids are, but I get the feeling that they're done asking questions. My father was not a man who said things, not the important things, like I love you, or I'm sorry, or I see you. Not with words anyway. He said things with presence, with showing up, with the reliability of a man who was always there, even when being there was the most he could manage. For most of my childhood, that felt like enough. It was only later, after everything, that I understood how much had been left unsaid on both sides, and how little time we'd actually had to say any of it. He died 3 years after my parents' divorce. Cancer, swift and unannounced. It didn't really give us a chance to say a long goodbye. I was 26. We had been rebuilding something. Tentative, careful. The early architecture of an adult relationship between a father and daughter. Ones who'd lost years to a rupture that was his fault, and my mother's grief, and my own inability to be in the same room as both things simultaneously. We weren't finished. We were nowhere near finished. And then we were out of time. I spent the first year after his death waiting to feel him. I know how that sounds. I'm not someone who talks about this easily or often, but I had read enough and hoped enough to believe that if contact was possible, if any of the things people described, dreams, signs, the specific feeling of a presence in a room, if any of that was real, then my father would find a way. I left myself open in every way that I knew how. I prayed, which I hadn't done consistently since childhood. I talked to him in the car, in the dark before sleep, standing in the kitchen making coffee at 6 a.m. I told him things that I hadn't said when he was alive. I told him that I understood more than I'd let on, and I told him I forgave him. Nothing came back. Not a flicker, not a feeling, not a dream I could point to. It was 18 solid months of reaching out into the dark and finding nothing there. I stopped expecting it, and I didn't stop missing him. But then, a couple years had passed. 2 years, 4 months after he died. I had a dream, but it wasn't just any dream. Different than any I'd had before. Not really in its imagery, which was simple and almost mundane, but in the dream's reality. It had weight. It had a quality of presence that my sleeping brain registered as entirely distinct from the usual architecture of dreams. I was in a room I didn't recognize, and my father was there. He looked the way that he looked in his early 50s before the illness, before the divorce, before all of it. And he wasn't performing health or happiness. He just looked like himself. He didn't say much. That was true to him. When he did speak, he said to me, "Your mother needs to go to the doctor." He said it in a way that he said all things important. It was without elaboration, almost quietly, as if he'd already said it several times in his head before deciding to say it to me. And then he held out his hand. In it was his watch. I knew the watch, a Seiko, silver with a worn leather band. It was given to me after he died. I kept it in the top drawer of my nightstand, in the small velvet bag that it came in, because I couldn't wear it, and I couldn't part with it. That felt like the right compromise. In the dream, I took it from him. I felt the weight of it in my palm. It was specific, and it was real. It was heavier than I expected. And I just remember the last thought I had was, this isn't a dream. But then I woke up. His watch was on my nightstand. Not inside the drawer or the bag, but on the surface of the nightstand beside my lamp, face up. I sat up and I looked at it before touching it. Then I picked it up. I turned it over in my hands and I sat with the full impossibility of what I was looking at. I hadn't taken it out of the drawer. I was certain of this. I hadn't opened that drawer in weeks. I rarely did. Hadn't taken the watch out since the month after he died, which, over 2 years ago at that point. Basically, it had been in that velvet bag, closed in that drawer, for a long time. But he'd just handed it to me in my dream and told me my mother needed to see a doctor. I called her at 7 a.m. She answered on the second ring, which meant that she'd been awake for a while, which was itself something I filed away. I didn't tell her about the dream right away. I didn't tell her about the watch. I asked how she was feeling. She said that she'd been fine. I pushed, gently. She admitted that she'd been having some symptoms, wanting to mention it to her doctor. Fatigue, mostly. Some discomfort she'd attributed to stress. She'd been putting off making the appointment because she didn't want to make a fuss. I told her to make it that day, and if she didn't, I was going to do it for her. She heard something in my voice, and she did. The diagnosis came back 6 weeks after her appointment. Early stage, the doctor said. Caught early. Could have been a different conversation had she waited another 6 months. Ever since that dream, I'd carried my father's watch around with me. I sat in my car in the parking lot of my office after she called me. I said a thank you out loud to the car. It was the first and only experience I'd ever had with the paranormal, with my father after death. I think about the things left unsaid between my father and me and how in the end he said something anyway. I feel pretty lucky. Not with just the words exactly. He was never really good with those. But how he showed up and showed me something that I couldn't brush off. He was reliable when it mattered. He left something in my hand or on that stand, so I'd know it was real. So I would act. And that was always how he loved people, I guess. I just didn't always recognize it when he was alive. I recognize it now. This happened last winter. I was driving home from a late shift around 2 a.m. on a stretch of Colorado highway that cuts through mostly empty terrain. The snow had been coming down all evening, not the soft, pretty kind either. This was heavy, blinding. Thick flakes, the kind that swallows everything. Visibility was garbage, but I didn't want to spend the night at work. I just wanted my bed. I knew the road. I'd driven it tired before, and in worse weather. That kind of false confidence is probably what got me into trouble. It happened so fast. 1 second I was doing maybe 45, radio low, eyes on the dark edge of the road, and the next, the back of the car kicked out from under me. I didn't even register the ice until it was too late. I spun once, maybe twice. Everything blurred. I remember the scream of the tires and then the weightless, floaty feeling as the car left the shoulder. I went down an embankment. There was a hard impact, and then a roll, and then another. When everything finally stopped, the silence is violent. I was upside down, still strapped in, my arms hanging, head pressed against the ceiling. The world was sideways. broken glass sparkling all around me in the light from the dome bulb, which was flickering like it couldn't decide if it wanted to stay alive or not. I didn't move right away. I think I was in shock. I kept blinking, trying to understand what I was seeing. The snow outside had this soft blue glow, but inside the car, everything was shadows and pain. And then the panic hit. I started checking my arms, legs, ribs, head. Nothing was broken, but my left leg was pinned at a weird angle between the center console and the dash. It felt like it was on fire. My chest hurt from the seatbelt, and I had blood in my mouth from biting my tongue. I tried the horn and nothing. Radio dead. I reached for where I thought my phone had been, but it was gone, somewhere in the mess. Or maybe it flew out during the roll. I remember swearing under my breath over and over, trying not to scream. And then the realization, no one saw me crash. It hit like a weight. There was no traffic, no streetlights, just darkness, snow, silence. I was off the road enough that unless someone literally stopped and looked down the embankment, they wouldn't see the car. And snow was surely already starting to fill in the tire tracks. I yelled anyway, just out of instinct. My voice sounded so small, dead on the snow. I started trying to twist free. The seatbelt had locked tight and I couldn't reach the release without making the pain in my legs spike. I grabbed onto the ceiling and pulled until I could get enough leverage to unclip. I dropped hard onto the roof. From there, it was a blur of pain and desperation. I reached into the back, digging under junk until I found a tire iron. I used it to smash out the passenger side window, to crawl through. It took 3 tries, and the sound, it hurt. Everything hurt. Cold air rushed in, snowflakes swirling in like they'd been waiting for an invitation from me. I crawled out, dragging my leg behind me. My heart was pounding. The slope was steep, and the snow made everything slick. It took everything I had to get up to that highway. When I finally reached the edge of the road, I just collapsed on the shoulder, half buried in the drift. I remember watching the road and thinking, this is where I die, on the side of a road that I've driven 100 times. Then a pair of headlights. A car slowed. I couldn't even wave. I just held up my hand. The guy pulled over and sprinted to me, said he almost missed me completely. Paramedics said I was lucky. Mild hypothermia, sprained leg, concussion. Nothing permanent. But it stuck with me. I keep an emergency kit in the trunk of my car now. Thermal blanket, flashlights, flares, snacks, portable charger, even a whistle. And I don't drive tired. Not in the snow. Not in the dark. Not anymore. Because no matter how well you know the road, when a storm comes, you're just a passenger, and you don't control anything. I retired to a small house along the coast of Maine after 40 years in Boston. It's quiet here, windy. You can smell the salt even when the tide's out. It's definitely the place that people move when they're trying to get away from something or forget something. In my case, that was mostly true. A few months ago, my older sister passed away. Not after everything with our parents, but I still drove down to take care of her estate, mostly out of guilt. She didn't have kids, just a few dusty rooms, all filled with old furniture, brittle photos, antiques that she'd collected over the years. The only thing she left me specifically was a doll. I remember it from when we were children. A soft-bodied thing, ceramic face and jointed arms. Her name was Charlotte. My sister loved that doll, carried her everywhere, even when she was far too old to do so. I didn't like Charlotte. I remember telling her once that the doll was staring too hard, and that was the last time I touched it. Still, when I found it wrapped carefully in a pillowcase, tucked inside an old sewing chest, something made me bring it home. At first, I just set it on the shelf in the back bedroom. I didn't think about it, but a week or so later, I started to feel this strange urge to sew again. I used to be a seamstress years ago. I even ran a shop with my ex-husband before the arthritis made it too painful. After we divorced, I never picked up a needle again. I didn't miss it, honestly. But now, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I pulled out my old kit. It was still packed in a bin in the garage. I found myself stitching little scraps of fabric together while the radio played in the background. Patches, old shirt cuffs. My fingers ached, but something about it felt necessary. And then one morning I woke up to find the doll wasn't on the shelf anymore. She was sitting at my work table, surrounded by bits of fabric I hadn't cut. Next to her was a spool of thread and a needle sticking out of a swatch of navy blue velvet, the exact shade my sister used to dress her in. I figured I must have moved her and forgotten. That seemed easier than the alternative. I sewed the dress. I don't know why. It just felt like the right thing to do. Once I finished, I slipped it onto her stiff little weird body. It fit perfectly. She almost looked happy. That night, I woke up to the sound of my sewing chair creaking. The room was dark, and I could just make out a shape at the desk. I turned on the light. The chair was empty, the doll on the shelf. I told myself I dreamt those sounds, but the next day, there was a new set of fabric on the table. Tiny shoes this time, box leather, and an old brass button, already threaded, waiting for me. I hadn't laid them out. My hands hurt the whole time I made them, but I didn't stop. Every morning after that, I'd find new material set up. I never heard her move. I never saw her move, but I started noticing that her head was tilted slightly more towards me each day. Her painted eyes, they felt aware. One morning, I woke to find a thimble jammed onto my finger, not just placed, forced. It was tight and digging into my skin, like it had been shoved there while I was asleep. The doll was in the chair this time, and it was facing me, with thread wrapped tightly around both arms, like restraints. And that's when I realized she didn't want clothes. She wants attention. I tried to stop. I locked her up in the shed. I threw away the sewing kit in the trash. The moment she reappeared on that shelf, I burned the doll. The next morning, I took her down to the rocky shore with a can of lighter fluid, and I set the whole thing ablaze. I stayed until there was nothing but ash and scorched buttons. The house has been quiet ever since, but I haven't touched my sewing kit or anyone like it since, not even to move it. Still in the trash bin there, and I leave the lid shut tight. Every now and then, when the tide comes in, the wind pushes hard against the window panes. I swear, I hear my sewing machine whirring in the back room. I don't own one anymore. I grew up about 15 minutes from what used to be Overlook Hospital in Cedar Grove, New Jersey. Most people my age only know it from the creepy YouTube videos or TikToks, but where I'm from, the stories go back generations. My grandfather used to tell me, don't ever follow a whistle in the woods, especially near Overbrook. Back then, I thought it was just old man superstitions, but now I'm not so sure. Overbrook wasn't just a hospital. It was a full complex. Asylum buildings, staff housing, tunnels. It looks like it was never supposed to be abandoned, just buried. The worst part of its history, at least the one people used to whisper about, happened in winter of 1917. The story goes that the boilers failed in one of the wings during a snowstorm. The patients inside were locked in their rooms, and by morning, over 24 had froze to death. They say that some of them were found curled under beds, some in corners, a few with their fingernails torn off, trying to claw the windows open. The wing was sealed off, but never properly cleared. That's where the story started. People said that you could hear knocking from inside the walls, that if you stood by the old courtyard at night, you'd hear footsteps crunching in the snow, even when the ground was bare. My friends and I used to dare each other to go up there after dark. Most of us chickened out. But one night when I was 17 and feeling particularly stupid, I went up alone. It was late fall, right before the snow starts to stick. I brought a flashlight and a cheap disposable camera. I just wanted a story to tell. Something to impress a girl, honestly. The place was dead quiet. I climbed through a broken basement window and made my way through what was once the laundry wing. Peeling paint, rusted equipment, everything soaked in this weird cold that didn't really match the weather. Eventually, I found a staircase that led to a sealed-off wing. The door had been welded shut long ago, but someone had pried it open just enough to squeeze through. Inside was old and felt stuffy, like time had never moved past the winter. Beds still had mattresses, wheelchairs facing the walls. Frost crept along the inside of the windows, even though it wasn't below freezing outside. I stepped into one room and noticed claw marks on the frame, deep ones. And that's when I heard a whistle. 2 slow notes, low, rising just slightly, like someone calling a dog from far away. I froze. I swear I saw a figure at the end of the hallway, thin, barefoot, skin pale. It was something cold, like it hadn't been warmed in hundreds of years. I turned to leave, but the hallway behind me didn't look the same anymore. I swear on my life, it was longer or darker, or not the same one. And then the whistle started again, but from the other direction. So I ran in the opposite. I busted my shoulder trying to wedge through the stairwell gap, and I didn't stop until I was back at my car. I ended up not telling anyone. What could I say? I chickened out. I ran. I hurt myself. I think I saw a ghost. Years later, I brought it up to my grandfather before he passed. And then he told me something I'd never heard before. When he was young, his older brother disappeared near the hospital. They never found him. His boots were discovered in the woods, full of ice, even though it was spring. I understand why my grandfather never trusted that place. Safe to say I don't either. Luckily, it's been completely demolished, but I still haven't been back to the site. I don't think I ever will. And I don't recommend that you do either. I've never posted here before, and to be honest, I almost talked myself out of it. But I've seen enough stories lately that reminded me of it, and I just can't keep brushing it off like it didn't happen. This was a few years back, mid-fall, somewhere along 287 in northern Pennsylvania. I drive long haul, solo, mostly northeastern routes. And I usually pull over in small rest areas or turn out loops for a quick nap if I'm ahead of schedule. This night, I was doing just that. Parked along a wooded stretch about 30 miles south of the New York state line. It was pitch black, just me, the trees, and the quiet hum of the engine. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. for no reason at all. No sound, no movement, just awake. And I immediately felt off, like I wasn't alone. It was that crawling kind of unease you can't reason your way out of. I sat up in the cab and looked through the windshield. At first I didn't see anything, just the trees illuminated by my parking lights. But something was off about the tree line. There was a shape, just barely silhouetted, moving. It was tall, way taller than any person should be. Not like NBA tall, like wrong tall. Its limbs were long too, and it was walking, smooth, like it had practiced how to be quiet. But it didn't look human. The torso was too narrow, the arms hung too far down, and the head was just there, with no real neck. The closer it got to the truck, the more I realized what I was looking at. It looked like a deer, kind of. The shape of the head suggested it, but no antlers. And it didn't walk like an animal. It moved like something pretending to be a person. The legs were bipedal, but it still had that slightly hunched forward, unnatural gait. Its skin was light, like worn leather stretched too thin over a bad idea. But it was the eyes that really did it for me, or I guess where the eyes should have been, because there was just emptiness, not like sockets, more like two deep wells of black. No light reflecting off of them, just voids. It walked slowly across the road in front of my truck and paused dead center, facing me. I don't know if it could actually see me, but I swear it knew I was there watching it. I didn't move. I didn't even blink or breathe. Then it tilted its head just a bit to one side, like it was curious. That's when I threw the rig into gear and got the hell out of there. I didn't stop again until I reached a way station many miles down the road. I sat there with the engine running, doors locked, and every light on in the cab for over an hour. Never said a word about it until now. Call it a hallucination if that makes you feel better. I've driven thousands of miles, seen deer, elk, moose, and much more. But nothing like that thing. And I know what I saw. And I hope to God I never see it again. I always envisioned if I had a paranormal or odd experience, that it would be at night, or around Halloween, not at a pet store in suburban Phoenix on a random afternoon. I was buying fish food. That's the level of ordinary we're talking about. Midday fluorescent lights, a man in a red vest restocking shelves nearby, a relatively empty store. But a man came to stand beside me at the fish food display. 50s, unremarkable. He looked at the same shelf that I was looking at and said without preamble, without even looking at me, "You ought to tell her before it's too late. She doesn't know you feel that way, and she needs to." I turned to look at him. He was already walking away, unhurried, toward the front of the store. By the time I got to the end of the aisle, he was gone. He wasn't even at the registers or near the door. The man in the red vest hadn't seen him leave. I stood in the pet store holding my fish food and told myself that it was a strange man having a strange moment that had nothing to do with me, that he'd been on the phone, that I'd misheard, that it was a coincidence. My sister and I had been distant for 2 years by then. I'd been thinking about her all day. It's stupid, a disagreement that soured the way disagreements do when neither person moves toward the other. Of course, I thought about her sometimes, but I'd been thinking about her a lot that day. Specifically, wondering if she really knew how I felt, if I knew how she felt. But I decided that I didn't need to tell her anything. There was nothing to say. I wasn't aware I had anything to tell. I called her that night anyway, the experience too strange to ignore. I don't know why exactly. I think it was the man's voice continuing to surface, the way he'd been so specific. Eventually it was easier to call than to keep hearing it. We talked for 2 hours. Things said that had needed saying for 2 years. She cried, I cried. She hadn't known how I felt, and she needed to hear it. We made plans to see each other the following month. She had a stroke 6 weeks later. She recovered, mostly, but the 6 weeks between that phone call and the stroke are the 6 weeks I think about the most. What would have happened if I hadn't called? What I would have been left carrying if those 2 hours hadn't happened first. I've never seen the man from the pet store again, obviously. I've never been able to explain how he knew what he knew, or why he said it to me in the fish food aisle. I stopped trying to explain it. I'm just grateful he did. A few weeks ago, I wrote about an experience I had while teaching music at a school that I was working at. A child in one of my classes had seen someone walking into the music room, whom I did not see, and later, I saw a child, which I later realized was a ghost, standing by the light switch. I have been to this school several times and wanted to do an update. The first time I went back since I saw the apparition, I was really nervous, and I had to relax because I knew that my imagination could start playing tricks on me. Once I got there, I was a lot more relaxed, and I just went with the flow of the day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first, although I was walking down the hallway, I felt someone touch me in the middle of my back. It almost felt like a light, slight push. I thought it was a student, so I turned around, but no one was there. That was the only thing that happened. The next time I went, I once again was worried about what would happen, but to my surprise, nothing occurred whatsoever, and I was actually able to just teach and enjoy the day with the students. Today I went back to this school, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think about ghosts at all. I have really been enjoying the students and staff, and it's become one of my favorite schools to teach at. Also, today we got hit with a really nasty snowstorm, so I was more worried about the roads being slick. Anyway, I got there with no problems, and during lunchtime I was enjoying a potato bar that was set up for the teachers. I was also talking with one of my staff about all the snow that we were getting and if the roads would be slick later on. As I was leaving the staff room and head into the classroom, I thought to myself, I wish I could just teach here full time. And I swear, out of nowhere, I heard a child's voice as clear as day saying, "We don't have any full-time jobs here at the moment. Sorry." I turned around. The only person I saw was a little girl. She was looking straight up at me and then ran quickly into the bathroom. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but still, how did she read my mind? I'm not 100% sure if she was a real student or another apparition. She ran into the bathroom really fast as I made eye contact. Can ghosts read minds? Later, I was in the library talking to the librarian while kids were at recess. There were a few kids there checking out books, and then they headed back to go outside. As the librarian was showing me a project she was doing with the second graders, Christmas cards for soldiers serving in Iraq, I saw a little girl peeking out in between the computers. I just assumed that it was a kid who was still checking out books, and had gotten on the computer card catalog. But when I looked again, no one was there. The only people in the library were me, the librarian, and her assistant. They were admiring the cards the second graders had made, so didn't see what I saw. I even said, "Where did the little girl go?" And the librarian answered, "The kids are all out at recess." The computers are in the middle of the library, so there's no way a child could have ran out the door without me seeing her. By the way, the library and the music room are on opposite sides of the building. The place where I felt the hand on my back and heard the voice in the hallway is nearest the library. Nothing else happened the rest of the day, and I didn't linger long after school because of the snowstorm. Anyway, I will be back at this school next week. It's on my regular route now, so I'll see if anything happens again. It is funny that one day where I completely didn't worry or even think about seeing ghosts is the day when I see them. Odd. My girlfriend, now my wife, was sleeping over at my place back when this happened. I was going through a stretch of pretty bad insomnia. No real reason for it. I just couldn't sleep more than a few hours at a time. And on this particular night, I was wide awake. It was probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. So the room was completely still, and there was just the faint hum of my computer. As my girl slept next to me, breathing steady, blanket half off, I was just lying there, staring up at the ceiling, when something fell off my desk across the room. I didn't hear it slide or shift, just clatter, sharp and sudden. It wasn't even that loud, but it felt weird, like it was meant to get my attention. The air changed in the room. You ever get that weird static feeling, like something feels wrong, but you just can't really explain it? That's what hit me. I pulled the blanket up over my face. I don't know why. I was a grown man hiding like a kid, but it was instinct. I kept telling myself it was probably just something small that had been precariously placed. Maybe a pen, a thumb drive. But then I heard breathing. It certainly wasn't my girlfriend's breathing. It was heavy and slow. Something was exhaling right in front of me. It wasn't across the room where the noise had come from. It was right at the edge of the bed. I could move, but I didn't. I was listening, heart pounding in my ears, as this breathing circled from the foot of the bed around to the side where I was laying. It was so close I could practically feel it on the blanket. It definitely wasn't my girlfriend. I could hear hers too, calm, rhythmic. Then, without warning, she stirred, shifted a bit, mumbled something. I stayed completely still under the covers, trying to listen past the sound of my own panic. She sat up and threw the blanket off, clearly about to get up and use the bathroom. I heard her feet touch the floor, and then she screamed. It wasn't startled or confused. It was pure terror. She backed up onto the bed so fast she almost knocked over the nightstand, already crying before I could even ask what happened. "There's a girl," she sobbed. "She's right there, sitting on the floor." My stomach dropped. I launched myself off the bed in a single move, straight for the light switch, and slammed it on. Of course, there was nothing there now, just an old hoodie crumpled near the foot of the bed that hadn't been there before, or maybe it had. I didn't know what was real at that point. I asked her what she saw. She said it looked like a little girl sitting in the fetal position, facing the floor. When she stepped towards her, the girl looked up, her eyes wide, like she was scared. And then she vanished. I told her about the breathing, how I'd heard it circling the bed just moments before. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We just sat there with the lights on, not really saying much. Every creak in the house made us flinch. We don't live there anymore, and we never saw the girl again. but we both still think about it more than we care to admit. This was in the early winter of '94, back when I was working nights at a small regional hospital in Kansas. I was in my late 20s then, still new enough to the job that I hadn't grown numb to it. The building was older, cinder block walls, linoleum floors that echoed even soft footsteps. Like I said, it was a pretty small hospital, so things stayed quiet unless something went wrong. We were understaffed that month. Flu season had slammed us hard, and I was picking up shifts wherever I could. Sometimes I would be working 20 or 24 hours straight. It was the kind of fatigue that settled into your bones. You start to forget if something happened yesterday or last week. There was a patient in recovery, Mr. Holbrook, older man, maybe late 60s, 70s. He'd come out of a minor surgery just fine, but they were keeping him overnight due to his age and blood pressure. I'd only met him once during intake. Gentle guy. Liked crossword puzzles, wore thick glasses, and called everyone kiddo. The night after his procedure, I wasn't even on his floor. I was 2 levels down in postnatal, helping with a colicky baby whose mother was too weak to sit up. I never left that floor, except for a break around 1:30 a.m., and even then, I just stepped outside for some cold air. The next morning, when I came back for a swing shift, a coworker stopped in the break room and said, "Hey, Holbrook was asking for you." I blinked. "Why?" She shrugged. "He said you sat with him, that you sang with him." I actually laughed at that. Sang? I can't carry a tune. She looked serious. He was so sure. Said you came in around 3 in the morning, pulled a chair up next to his bed and hummed something. Some lullaby his mother used to sing. Called it the nicest thing anyone's ever done for him. It was sweet, if weird, but people under medication remember things strangely all the time. I would have left it at that if it hadn't come up again. A few nights later, I was back in surgical recovery. Just after I clocked in, another nurse, Danielle, asked if I'd already made my rounds. "Nope," I said, "just walked in." She gave me this strange look and said, "You were just standing in Holbrook's doorway. I saw you. You looked distracted." I thought she was messing with me, but she looked spooked. "I actually said your name and you didn't even turn." I brushed it off as stress. Maybe someone else in scrubs looks like me from behind. We all wore similar uniforms. But then Janet, one of the older nurses, even chimed in. "I heard the humming the other night. That was nice." Later in that shift, I finally saw Holbrook. He was sitting up reading a tattered mystery novel. When I came in to check his vitals, he smiled. "Same song last night," he said softly. "You've got a voice like my mother's. Thank you." I didn't correct him. I didn't know what to say. I'd been charting all night. I hadn't stepped foot in that room until just then. A week later, he was discharged and sent home. I don't know what became of Mr. Holbrook, but that room, I tended to avoid it as much as possible. And when I had to go in, I'd leave the light on, even during the day. I never did hear that humming for myself. Not really. But once or twice during long nights when the hallways were still and every monitor had settled into that steady rhythm, I thought I caught something low and familiar drifting down the corridor, like a tune that I should know but I couldn't place. And just once, I turned a corner and caught a glimpse of someone, a shape that for a moment looked like mine, and then it was gone. I think about this a lot. I know that I wasn't sitting with Holbrook, but something kind did sit with him those nights. This would have been back in the late 90s when I worked at a small ambulance station. The first thing the older guys told me when I started was Don't hang around overnight by yourself. Charles will make sure you don't sleep. Charles was a volunteer who dropped dead of a heart attack during a call in the mid-'80s. The way they said it, half joking but half serious, it made me think it was just one of those stories that gets passed around to spook the new hires. I laughed it off. Truth was, I liked the overnight shift when it was just me. The driver usually ran from home, which meant that I had the office to myself. Quiet, boring, predictable, just how I liked it. Well, one night around 3 a.m., I was at the desk catching up on reports when I heard the bay door rumble open. If you've ever been around those things, you know the sound isn't subtle. It shakes the whole building. That was a problem, because the doors could only be opened two ways, from the inside, or with the remote in the ambulance. A few seconds later came the stairwell door, the bottom one, creaking open, followed by slow, deliberate footsteps on the stairs. From where I sat, I could see out to the lot. My car was the only one there. No ambulance. So I waited, staring at the office door, expecting someone to walk in. But the top stairwell door never opened. Not even 5 seconds later, our tones dropped for a call. I wasn't about to check that stairwell. Instead, I slipped out the opposite side of the building and headed for the garage. When I got down there, the bay door really was wide open. The rig had been unplugged and ready to roll. And at that exact moment, my driver was just pulling into the lot. I'd checked everything earlier. The doors were secure. The truck was plugged in. I wasn't tired enough to forget. That wasn't the last time something weird happened. Another night, again on my own, I'd crashed in the bunk. I woke up to the phone ringing, groggy and out of it. I answered, and a man's voice I didn't recognize said clearly, "You have a call," before the line went dead. At that exact moment, I heard the second tap on the scanner. Turns out there had been a training during the day, and someone had turned the volume down on the plectron without turning it back up. If that voice hadn't woken me, I would have slept through it. I ran for the garage and found the exact same scene as before. Bay door open, rig unplugged, and my driver rolling in off the street. After that, I never really rolled my eyes at the Charles stories anymore. And that would have been the last weird occurrence. This happened a few years ago, and it stuck with me because, well, you'll see. I was working late in an office, just a weekday, nothing special, when I saw something that made no sense. It was right around 4 p.m. I remember because I'd been glancing at the clock constantly, willing the last hour of the day to move faster. That's when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement in the hallway. At first I thought it was just a coworker walking by, but when I turned my head, it wasn't a person. It was something white, wispy, thin, like smoke curling in a breeze, except there was no smell or sound, and nobody was nearby. I watched it drift directly through the doorway into the office I was in, moving with intent, not randomly like dust and sunlight. The second it crossed the threshold of the office, every hair on my body stood up. I got this full-body chill, literally, like my insides dropped out from under me. I didn't stick around. I jumped up from my chair and walked out of the room without looking back. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be in the same space with it. The next day, around the exact same time, it happened again. 4 o'clock, same hallway, same white, wisp-like figure, slipping into the office like it belonged there. This time my instinct screamed to run, but my curiosity kept me planted in my chair. I sat, frozen and heart racing, waiting for something to happen. But after it entered, nothing changed. There was no noise or sudden movements, no objects shifting around. Just silence, like it had passed through and was gone. And then it never happened again. Not that week or the week after. Never. Just those 2 back-to-back days. I told my cousin about it. I thought she's probably the only one that would believe me, but was also half expecting them to laugh or tell me I was overtired. Instead, they got pretty quiet. Said it sounded like a spirit. Their thought was that it might have been attached to someone who came through the office around that time each day. Maybe it wasn't even meant for me. It was just passing by. But because I could see it, even partially, they suggested that it might have sought me out. That idea unsettled me more than the experience itself. I don't know if I believe it, but it's all hard to shake. 2 quick moments, 2 afternoons, 1 unexplained presence. And for whatever reason, I was the only one who saw it. This has been happening for a few months now, but I only started writing it down tonight because I just heard myself speak out loud in my apartment while I was sitting in silence. Let me back up a little. I live alone, 1-bedroom apartment in a decent part of town, 3rd floor, quiet neighbors. I'm a night owl. I do audio editing for a podcast network, and I spend a lot of time with headphones on. Isolated, focused. It's a solitary life, but I like it. A few months ago, I was editing late, probably 2 a.m., when I caught something strange in one of the files. It was just a casual interview, 2 people talking about urban planning, harmless stuff. But around the 14-minute mark, I heard my name, clearly, my full name. It came through like a whisper, not from the guests, not from background noise. I know my voice. It was my voice. I replayed it 20 times, ran it through filters, boosted the gain, reversed it, checked for edits. There was no explanation, just this low, breathy whisper in my own voice, saying, "Aaron, can you hear me?" I thought maybe I was losing it. Chalked it up to sleep deprivation or audio pareidolia. I didn't mention it to anyone. But it didn't stop. I've heard myself in the hallway when I'm brushing my teeth. Heard myself humming in the shower when I wasn't making a sound. Heard laughter, my laughter, coming from the bedroom while I was in the kitchen. I froze mid-step with a knife in my hand and dish soap still on my fingers. At first I thought maybe I was playing back recordings without realizing it. I checked everything. Disabled smart speakers, disconnected my phone from Bluetooth. Nothing changed. It only happens when I'm alone, though. And then came the night that I heard myself crying. It was soft, from the closet. I didn't even move at first. I just kind of stood in the middle of my apartment, like my brain was buffering. It went on for maybe 30 seconds. And then it stopped all at once. When I finally got the courage to open the door, there was, of course, nothing there. Just coats, boxes, the usual. But the weirdest part, one of my hoodies was wet, like soaked through. I hadn't worn it in weeks. A few days after that, I started locking the closet door at night. And then last week, my sister sent me a voice message, just 5 seconds long. It was me, not just my voice, but me, my tone, my cadence, saying, "Don't listen to her. She's lying." No context, just that one line. I asked my sister where she got it. She said she didn't send it, that she woke up and it was in her sent messages, already marked as read. She thought I sent it. She lives in a different state. We don't prank each other. And she was freaked out too. We got on a video call that night. She kept asking me to say certain words, kept watching my face a little too carefully, like she genuinely wasn't sure that I was me. And that brings us to tonight. About an hour ago, I was sitting at my desk, no headphones this time, no devices on, just reading something on the couch. And behind me from the kitchen, I heard my voice say, "Hey, Aaron, come here a sec." I didn't move. I just stared down at my hands, and I couldn't help but notice that they were damp, sweating profusely. The voice, it sounded casual, like I'd been standing in the kitchen this whole time, talking to myself. And then I heard it again. "Hey, come here." More insistent. My voice still. I slowly turned my chair, just enough to see the kitchen. Empty, lights off. I sat there for a long time. Eventually I got up and turned on every single light. I checked all the cabinets, every closet. Nothing. I know what I heard. I know my own damn voice, and it keeps finding me. Sometimes I hear myself muttering through the walls, too muffled to make out the words, but the rhythm is right. The way I speak when I'm frustrated or afraid. I feel so sane, but this feels so insane. I haven't told anyone besides my sister. I don't really think anyone's going to believe me, or I'm sure they'll just think I'm crazy. And yeah, I'll make an appointment with the doctor, but I can't explain how real it feels. And the voicemail message to my sister, what's that about? Something's going on. Something's in here with me. I know how it sounds, but it's true. So how do I make it stop? How do I get rid of it? This didn't happen to me, but to my grandfather, who worked as a night security guard at an old decommissioned factory just outside of Philly in the early 80s. The story is specifically about the night before Thanksgiving. He was doing his rounds on the 3rd floor, which was mostly storage. The place was always cold, but this night was different, he says. He said the air was so heavy in places, it felt like standing at the bottom of a pool. Around 2 a.m., down at the end of a long, dark aisle of machinery, he saw a woman. She was wearing a thin, pale blue dress, and her hair was long and black. She was rocking back and forth, very slowly, just swaying. Now, my grandfather was an ex-Marine. He yells, "Hey, who's that? You show me your badge." She stops rocking, and very, very slowly, she turns her head. He said her face wasn't quite a face. It was blurred, like looking at someone through warped plastic. But the worst part was her mouth. He said that it stretched impossibly wide, that it was a scream without the noise. And he could see that her jaw was disjointed, hanging too low. Her eyes, they weren't looking at him. They weren't really looking at all. He was petrified. Claims he didn't move, just stood there as she slowly raised one hand and pointed a thin, skeletal-like finger over his shoulder. Then the figure just folded into itself, like a piece of paper being crumpled up, and vanished. He ran. He finished his shift, shaken, but the thing never appeared again, and he eventually wrote it off as sleep deprivation or a hallucination caused by the extreme cold and a great imagination. He kept that job for another 5 years. Jump forward 15 years after that, my grandfather was retired. He was having coffee with an old foreman from the factory who was giving him a tour of the place, which was finally being demolished. My grandfather mentioned, offhand, how cold the 3rd floor always felt, and told the story of the blue dress and the woman who pointed behind him, being older now He didn't care what people thought. The old foreman turned white. He put his mug down and said, "You saw her. That was Agnes." The foreman explained that in 1947, a young woman named Agnes, who always wore a pale blue dress, was killed in a machinery accident on that exact floor, right around Thanksgiving. She wasn't found immediately because her body had been sucked in and hidden behind a large loom. My grandfather's vision decades later was a snapshot of her last moment, her eyes fixed on the thing that killed her, and her finger pointed directly at the spot where her body had ended up. He'd never researched it before that. He didn't think he needed to. He thought he was the crazy one. He carried a ghost story for 15 years, and then someone handed him the death certificate. Pretty wild. I'll try to keep this short, but I'll have to give some background. To start, I'm pretty well versed in the supernatural at this point, from a technical and personal standpoint. I know how to protect myself and everything. One night, I was with some friends. We decided to play Ouija. Now, this isn't a cautionary tale about the Ouija board, as I've had many, many interesting and totally harmless sessions with it. This one, too, was safe, but scared us nonetheless. We had already gone through a few rounds successfully, having tons of fun. Then we met D. We talked to him for a while. He was a pimp who was born in Canada, but lived and worked in Mexico City. He was 41 when he died, in the year 1952. He was shot due to his job in the very building we were in. He had a wife and 2 kids, and his favorite color was purple. Our second time talking to him, there were only 3 of us left. It was around midnight. He was having trouble remembering things we asked him, like where he grew up, who his parents were. He barely remembered his wife and kids even. He confirmed that it was difficult to remember things in the afterlife. My friend Maria asked, "Is there anything you wanted to talk to us about?" Life, he spelled out. "Do you want us to help you remember more about your life?" I asked. "Yes." "And how can we do that?" we asked. This was where things took a darker turn. The planchette moved to the O, to the U, then to the T. Out. D wanted out. My friends and I looked at each other. "Sorry, D," I told him. "We can't let you out." It really is one of the most important rules when playing Ouija. Never invite a spirit back to the world of the living. The planchette moved to yes. "No," Maria said. "We can't let you out." Our hands slid rapidly. N-O-W. We were all very uncomfortable at this point. "Okay," I said. "We're going to have to say goodbye now. Nice to meet you." As soon as I said we were leaving, the planchette practically flew over to the no. "Yeah," my friend Farrell said. "We're going now. Bye." There was a strange resistance when we moved the planchette across goodbye. I mean, wouldn't you be scared if the ghost you'd been talking to insisted that you let him out and said no when you tried to leave? It was by far the scariest paranormal experience I've had in my young life. My husband passed away last winter. Heart attack in his sleep. No warning, no goodbyes. One moment I was reaching for the remote, the next I was dialing 911 with shaking hands. I was screaming at the paramedics to do something, anything. After the funeral, I stopped sleeping in our bedroom. It just felt too big and too quiet. I started sleeping in the den, on an old pull-out couch where he used to nap during Sunday football. At first, it was miserable, crying myself to sleep. waking up in the dark expecting to hear his voice, his footsteps, something. Then one night, I felt a hand wrap around mine. Not sudden, not jarring, just familiar, warm, steady, just like his. I was facing the wall with my eyes shut, too exhausted to even move. I squeezed back, half asleep, thinking, he's still here. I didn't open my eyes. I didn't want to break the moment. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream, until it happened again and again. Every night, just after I'd start drifting off, I'd feel it. That same hand sliding gently into mine, holding me like he used to. I started to find comfort in it. I'd even whisper to it, tell him how much I missed him. And then the dreams started. Dreams of deep, dark water. Of my feet sinking into soft, cold mud. Of voices whispering that it was time to go. I'd wake up gasping and sweating, only to find that same hand already holding mine. One night, I woke up fully, no grogginess, no confusion, and I realized something. The hand, it was too large, and the fingers were too long. The pressure was just slightly too firm, like it was holding on to keep me from pulling away. I finally opened my eyes. There was nothing there to see, but my hand was still in the shape of a grip, curled around something that wasn't visible. It wasn't warm, but it had definitely been there. I stopped sleeping in the den. I started keeping the lights on. But sometimes, I wake up, find my hand already extended, waiting. Honestly, I don't know if I'm reaching for him or if something else is reaching for me. I wasn't a correctional officer, but I did spend some time in prison, and I had some crazy things happen that still give me chills to this day. I was a bad apple for sure in my younger years, which landed me in jail and eventually prison. Thankfully, I've gotten wiser and more law-abiding since. But during my time of incarceration, I had these particular dreams, which always involved the same kid who was always possessed by the end. And the weird part is, I was always fully aware in my dream. Not awake aware, but still in the dream nonetheless. I guess it's like lucid dreaming, except I didn't manifest this kid. He just was there. It's like this kid knew I was aware, and he would talk to me about the most hair-crawling things. He enjoyed the fact that it was scary to me, making me feel like all hope was lost. It was so vivid and real, literally felt like it was more than just a nightmare, and it was repetitive. I never had repetitive dreams before. At times toward the end, I would wake up but couldn't move. I couldn't scream, open my eyes, or anything. I was aware and what felt like fully awake through this whole process. From the dreams, to the conversations, to the paralysis. I finally broke down, told my cellie. He told me that I needed to read the Bible. I needed to pray, and that if it didn't work, then I was screwed. So I did, because at that point I was terrified to even sleep. It was that bad. And being raised a Southern Baptist, this seemed pretty logical. And honestly, it was only after I prayed and put the Bible under my pillow that the nightmares and paralysis stopped. I eventually stopped praying and putting the Bible under my pillow, thinking everything was fine, but I was wrong. It came back stronger and harder, almost like it was angry. The rest of my incarceration, I rarely missed a night of prayer or having my Bible close by while I slept. I don't have any clue what it was or have any explanation for why it happened only during my incarceration, but I do know that that's what made it stop and possibly saved me from going insane. Even if it is all in my head, I'm glad something worked. because those dreams, those experiences, they were worse than my actual time inside. I was hauling steel out of Amarillo around midnight, cutting south on 287. It's long, flat, and empty out there, just highway and dark sky. I'd made that drive 100 times, but that night, it was different. After about 30 minutes in, I noticed a light in the sky behind me. I figured it was a plane at first, but it was low and getting lower. Before I could pull over, the truck started to slow, the engine still running, but the RPMs dropping like I'd taken my foot off the gas. Then, my dash lit up with every warning it had, like it was rebooting. I looked out my side mirror, and the light was hovering maybe 30 feet up, pacing me perfectly. Then, it vanished. The gauges flicked back to normal, and the truck picked up speed like nothing happened. When I finally stopped at a rest area, I checked the dash cam. It had frozen, just static, for exactly 7 minutes. This happened when I was about 10. I haven't told many people about it, not because I'm scared, but because it sounds insane. Even now at 32, I still question what I saw. My bedroom had this small, creaky door that led into a closet, but the closet had another door inside of it that connected to a narrow crawl space. Just enough room for old pipes and ductwork. My parents never opened it, and I wasn't allowed to either. One night I woke up to the sound of something tapping. Not loud, more like the soft click of fingernails on wood. I sat up, groggy, and I stared right at the closet. And then I saw something. A hand. It came out from behind the half-closed closet door. Pale, bony, fingers stretched wide. It gripped the edge of the door frame, slow and deliberate, and then tapped twice on the wood with its index finger. I should have screamed, but I didn't. I just stared at this hand slowly pull itself back into the dark. I must have passed out from fear eventually, because the next thing I remember, my mom was shaking me awake. Morning sunlight pouring through the window. The closet door was wide open, but nothing was inside. They told me I had a nightmare. They told me I was imagining things. But here's the part I don't say out loud. There were 2 long scratch marks on the inside of the door. Fresh ones. Like something had clawed its way in or out. I've had some arguably terrifying events in my life happen, but the most unsettling was just a few years ago. We haven't really had any paranormal activity in our apartment the last 10 years outside of whatever you want to call this, so I found it strange. I'm in the kitchen doing my work thing, and I've got to grab something from the office. I go down the hall, and I see my wife sitting on the bed in our bedroom. I'm in a hurry, so I go, "Hey, babe," and just go print my shipping label or whatever. She didn't say anything back, so I thought she just didn't hear me. I do my thing, and then I walk out, and I see her sitting on the bed, facing the door, just staring as I pass by. I had something on the stove, so I just kept doing my thing. I eventually needed something, so I yelled really loud so she could hear me down the hall, like 8 feet away. I hear her go, "Jesus Christ, I'm right here. What do you want?" I ask how she got from the bedroom to the kitchen so quickly. And she said that she was in the living room working the whole time. I grabbed a bat, and I went to confront whatever was in the bedroom. But, of course, there was nothing there. I didn't get much sleep for the next few days. It still kind of messes me up when I talk about it. I know how it sounds, but I know what I saw. Whatever was sitting on the bed, it looked like her, but It wasn't. So it couldn't have been human. I was 12 when my mom left town for a few days, leaving me by myself. Back then, it wasn't a big deal. Plus, our relatives lived nearby. She trusted me to handle myself. She refused to give me a cell phone, though. Said if anything came up, she'd just call the landline and expected me to be there. Before leaving, she told me exactly when she'd be back. The date came, and late afternoon I heard someone knocking at the door. "Sweetie, it's me. Open up." It was my mom's voice. Calm, cheerful. My dog, who adores her, perked up immediately and sprinted down the stairs. But then she stopped, whimpered, and bolted back up to me. Her tail was between her legs and shaking. I didn't move at first. I just stared at my bedroom door as the knocking continued downstairs. Then the landline rang. The knocking stopped. I answered the phone and my mom's voice came through. Same tone as usual with her warmth. "Hey, hon. Sorry, change of plans. I have to stay one more day, but I'll be home tomorrow." I never went downstairs. And whatever was at the door, it never came back. When I was in 3rd grade, me and my best friend Ricky were out at recess. The perimeter of our playground was surrounded by a chain-link fence. It was as tall as us, but in reality it only went up to the hips of the adults. On the other side of that was a marsh that swampy water pushed right up against the fence. The recess teachers shared a comically large pair of boots that they'd put on to retrieve the frisbees and sports balls that got thrown over. Anything smaller than a baseball or heavier than a tennis ball was considered lost because it was instantly swallowed by the muddy grassland. And the mosquitoes became unbearable the closer it got to summer. I knew my best friend since kindergarten. He was always chill, never got into fights with kids, and he listened in class. Impossible to distract. In retrospect, he most likely was a poster child for the positive effects of Adderall. Whatever it was, I'd never seen Ricky trip out, until the day that Ricky tripped out. He'd brought a toy from home, which was against the rules, but Ricky was too cool to care about the superficial ones. It was his toy, and he accepted the responsibility if anything happened to it. What he brought was a Japanese superhero. It looked like Ultraman, but an insect version of that guy. It had wings and a string that if you pulled it, it would spin the torso so the wings would catch air. It would hover like a helicopter. Ricky's very first demonstration of how it works, a swift rip of the cord leaves the string on Ricky's fingers and lifts the bug hero higher and higher into the sky. Then it began drifting further and further away from us. Anybody could predict exactly where it would go next. Well, anybody except 2 excited 3rd graders, mesmerized at the shiny colors on the propeller wings. Both of us watch as it gently glides over the chain-link fence and into the tall grass. It didn't look like it went too far out there, a few meters from the playground. When it went over, I stayed where I was, and Ricky ran off toward the fence. We knew the teachers out there weren't going to help us. But I wouldn't have guessed that Ricky would have been ballsy enough to hop the fence. After making sure that none of the teachers were paying attention, he climbed over. I was looking around, and so impressed that he got away with it. The kids and the adults alike were none the wiser. Ricky's cool points skyrocketed from that maneuver, and I asked myself, is this what being gay is? It wasn't, but it was the most badass thing I'd ever seen a kid do, and because he was my best friend, it made me the second coolest kid around. My weird fanboy moment was short-lived, however, lasting a couple seconds at most. After Ricky went into the tall grass out of view, the whole playground was alerted by his wailing, top of his lungs shrieks. All of the kids run to the fence, myself included. The recess teachers were close behind asking what's going on back there. Cool kids don't snitch, so I didn't. The sounds that were coming from the tall grass sounded like animals fighting, and a second growling voice started to match the first shrieks. The adults even suggested that that's what it was when they started moving us off the fence. Just animals. I was the only one that knew one of the voices was actually Ricky's, until he made one gargling last shout that clearly said, "Help." Hearing that it was a child on the other side, one of the younger teachers runs and hurdles the fence toward the noise. Then she starts screaming for one of the other teachers to call an ambulance. When she emerges from the grass, her clothes are covered in the sticky muck, and Ricky's in her arms, his body's hanging limp. She hands him to the teacher that didn't run for the phones, and they start performing CPR on him. When the first teacher gets back over the fence, she tells all of the kids to go to their classrooms, and I'm forced to join the group of classmates as they herd us like cattle back into the building. Our class watched the ambulance and police cars pull into the school parking lot. Our classroom didn't face the playground, so I wasn't able to find out what was going on with Ricky until the weekend. My mom drove me over to drop off the worksheets from the remaining days he missed that week. He was in his room, and it was the first time I'd seen him since he was dead on the playground. Ricky always had relatively long surfer hair, but when I showed up, he'd shaved it all off. He also had stitches in a moon shape on the top of his head. When I asked what happened, he made me promise not to tell anyone, and I did. But when he told me, it really freaked me out, and I believed him because he was my best friend and wouldn't make something like this up. The future crescent scar on his head would also add to the validity of his story. So what Ricky told me was that after he got over the fence, he stepped into the tall grass, and his shoes quickly sank into the mud as he tried to keep them from falling off of his feet. I think Ricky might be the first kid to ever see what was on the other side of that fence. He says that on the other side of the grass is an open wetland with a highway barely visible in the distance. He could see his toy stuck in the mud, but it was still pretty far away from him. So he slowly starts drudging through the mud towards it. But from behind another tall patch of grass that was even closer to the stuck toy, Ricky sees an old lady step out of the clearing. I asked what she was doing out there, but he said he didn't know. He was happy to see her, though. He asked her to throw him the spinner while thanking her a bunch as she made her way over to the toy. When she picked it up out of the mud, she held it out to Ricky, and again, he asks her to throw it. But she doesn't. She keeps it held in front of her, just staring back at him. Ricky was too polite to ask again, and instead began struggling in the mud to get over to her. She was maybe 3 or 4 meters away. He described her as a small, elderly woman, a long blue dress that hung off her bony, hunched back, and she had her hair tucked under a bandana. Ricky says that he had to use his arms to pull his legs out each time that he stepped. But after his first couple of steps forward, the marsh got deeper, and Ricky's legs sunk to the middle of his shins, making any progress nearly impossible. As he's trying to jiggle his legs free, he looks up at the old woman and sees her running at him in a full sprint, like the mud was less of an obstacle than her age. Telling me this part, Ricky starts pumping his arms as he described how fast she was coming at him, saying that she closed those meters in less than a couple of seconds. Ricky only had time to scream before the old woman was attacking him with incredible strength, trying to drown him in the mud. She yanked him around with so much force that she was actually pulling out chunks of his hair and scalp. The last breath that he had was used to scream. Then he says the woman was able to fully submerge his head. I asked why he didn't want to tell anyone, and he says he already tried, and it was just easier to say that he fell and continued sinking like quicksand, and parts of his hair also got stuck and were torn out on their own in the 20 centimeters of mud. That bland excuse seemed highly unlikely, but the true story sounded even more unlikely in comparison. Ricky always kept his hair short after that, partially because parts of his hair never regrew in a few baseball-size areas, And he had a bald pride phase in high school, where he thought he was the lead singer of Disturbed. But that's about it, though. We're all adults now. It's been a few decades since the incident. But I like to remind him of the secret he confided in me all of those years ago, and every so often I'll send him a text that says, "Remember when that old lady beat your ass to death?" You know, to show solidarity that I always believed he was telling the truth. Friendship is nice. Pick up your phone and text your best friend something offensive to show them you love them. The end. I've always been drawn to the echoes in old things. As an antiques dealer, I don't just see objects. I see the hands that have held them, the lives they've witnessed. When I bought my place, the Winslow Victorian, a sprawling, ivy-choked mess just outside of town, it was a ruin, but it felt alive. It didn't just have an atmosphere, it had a personality. Eventually, I'd go on to name that personality. I called her the Widow. The house was subtly haunted, a gentle, almost benevolent presence. It wasn't the slamming doors of the movies, it was little gestures of comfort. I'd be reading late at night, feeling a chill, and a heavy wool blanket that I'd left downstairs would suddenly be draped over my shoulders. My favorite teacup would appear, rinsed, ready. I genuinely felt like I found a kindred spirit, a lonely old house that appreciated my company, my restoration efforts, and the life that I was breathing back into its beautiful bones. "Thank you," I would whisper into the silence after these events. I was never afraid. I felt protected. That sense of protection curdled into possession the day I met Charles. Charles was a historian who worked at the town library. He was kind, funny, shared my passion for the past. I invited him over to see my progress on the parlor. The moment that he stepped across the threshold, though, the temperature dropped, a palpable 10 degrees. As we were talking, a massive antique framed mirror, a piece of furniture that had been bolted to the wall, leaned forward, not falling or swinging, but listing out from the wall. Charles, who was standing right beneath it, instinctively ducked. When we looked up, the mirror had settled right into place. I smiled weakly, but I felt the house and its jealousy. The next time Charles called, the moment I picked up the receiver, the line was filled with awful, loud sounds. It sounded like the ocean trying to pour itself through the phone. I hung up, trembling. When I tried to call Charles back, the rushing sound was gone, replaced by a sound I couldn't place. 1,000 tiny, quick whispers, unintelligible but frantic. I noticed that I started canceling our dates, and then I stopped calling my sister. I rationalized it as getting overwhelmed by the restoration, but deep down there was a part of me that knew I was appeasing the house. It felt like possession. I was becoming the solitary inhabitant it demanded. The climax came on a rainy Thursday. I was sitting in the library working on a blueprint when I finally snapped. The isolation was too much. "I need a life, you selfish wreck," I shouted. Standing up and throwing my pencil down, I was actually yelling at a ghost. The house didn't rage back. It didn't throw a lamp. It simply was. I walked to the front door, turned the knob, and it wouldn't move. I forced it. I was going to see Charles. It didn't budge. I tried the back door, the kitchen door. All were inexplicably jammed, as if the wood had swelled up instantly. Every window in the room I saw now, it was either warped shut or had a piece of sash painted over. Not recently, but hundreds of years ago, now holding fast like iron somehow. I ran to the attic because I needed light. I needed air. I pulled down the fold-out stairs and scrambled up. The attic was dark and dusty, but there were vents there. While inside, I heard a deep, wet scraping sound coming from inside the walls. A groan of stressed wood and plaster, like something massive was adjusting its weight and contracting. The air felt vicious and heavy. The house was settling in, tucking me into its foundations. I felt smothered. The attic had a tiny round porthole window, too small for me to fit through. I ran to it, though, rattling the frame. The whispering came back. This time it was closer to my right ear. It was one voice now, deep, resonant, a sound that seemed to come from the very air. Stay. I wanted to do anything but. I used an old iron poker to smash out the small window. I crawled out, scraping myself, forcing myself through. I scrambled down to the nearest porch roof, scraping my hands and knees. Everything was raw. I jumped the last 10 feet into the mud, and I never went back for anything. I remember the first place I drove was to a payphone, and I called my realtor. I told her to sell the house, that I didn't care what I got for it. I just wanted it gone. I didn't even bother telling her why, because I was still trying to decide if I was crazy. Years later, I'm settled, and I can tell you I am not crazy. I'm happy, and I'm with Charles. But every now and then, I do check the property listings out of morbid curiosity. The Winslow Victorian is on the market again. The picture shows a beautiful, restored exterior. But in one of the daytime photos of the house, there's an upstairs window. It catches the light perfectly. It's the window to the master bedroom, which I spent months scraping and painting. And through the clear pane, I see a single, dusty, antique rocking chair. It wasn't mine. It wasn't there when I left, but it sits right in the middle of the room, perfectly positioned to face the door. It's odd, just like the house itself. Surely it's still demanding solitude for her new, permanent love. We weren't exactly seasoned campers. My partner and I had done a couple of easy state parks with cell service and clean restrooms. But this trip was different. We wanted quiet, no generators, no kids on bikes, no RV blaring country music all night. So we picked a remote spot in Northern California, somewhere off the 96, a primitive campground by the river. No signal and no other cars in the lot when we pulled in. The place was beautiful, perfect. Sunlight scattered through massive trees, and the river nearby gave off that cold, mossy smell. It always reminded me of being a kid. We hiked a little, set up camp, had an early dinner. We even talked about staying longer than the 2 nights we had booked. I remember falling asleep so easy that first night. The fire had died down and the night sounds kicked in. Crickets, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Peaceful, and everything felt good. Until something woke us up. I didn't hear it at first. It was my partner who nudged me. They whispered that they'd heard something walking outside the tent. I froze and we both listened. At first it was just movement, branches cracking softly, slow footfalls circling wide, maybe a bear. We'd stored the food properly, so I wasn't too worried. But then there was a sound. It started low, a guttural growl, not canine or feline. It was honestly not like anything I'd ever heard. And then a second one joined in. For a moment, it sounded like 2 huge animals snarling at each other just outside the tent, maybe 20 feet away. And then it escalated. The growling turned to violent thrashing. We could hear something heavy being shoved against the ground, snapping branches, the thud of weight hitting the forest floor. It was pure chaos outside of our tent, and it was deliberate, like two things locked in some kind of brutal, intimate fight. We still stayed frozen, and then there was screaming, or a scream. It was one long, rising wail, so high-pitched it made our ears ring. It was so full of rage it felt like it pushed the air out of the tent. It was more than a howl, and not a scream like you'd think. Something between the two, and something not right. Then silence. No footsteps, no retreat, just gone. We stayed awake until dawn, barely speaking. My partner had a knife clutched in one hand under the sleeping bag. I held the flashlight, but didn't turn it on. Every time I thought I heard another branch snap, my body tensed up. When daylight finally started bleeding through the mesh of the tent, I unzipped it as quietly as I could. Everything looked completely normal. There was no blood, as I would have expected. Wasn't even footprints or shredded gear. But then I saw, about 30 feet from the fire pit, just past the ring of trees, it was a body of a deer, or rather, half of one. It looked clean. The spine was visible where it had been severed, and the back half of the deer, its legs and tail, part of the flank, was just laying in the dirt. No blood or drag marks, just dropped like it had been placed there. We didn't speak for a long time. We did eventually pack our things, not rushed or frantic. We didn't want to seem scared, but we didn't stay another night. That much was unspoken. On our way out, we stopped at a trailhead lot, where a dusty camper van was parked next to ours. An older guy in a flannel jacket was sitting in a folding chair next to it, drinking something from a metal mug. He nodded at us as we passed. Being the social and curious creature I am, I asked if he'd heard anything the night before. He looked at me for a moment. Too long, really. And then he said, "He saw the deer." I didn't answer, but my silence must have told him enough. He didn't say anything else, just took a sip of whatever he was drinking and looked out toward the tree line. I thought about asking more, like what he knew, what he thought it was, but I didn't. There was something about his expression that told me he wouldn't answer anyway, or maybe that he didn't want to talk about it, like he had seen it, once, twice, and maybe it was better not to name it. We drove home in silence for the first hour. I guess both of us somewhat afraid to talk about it. After that trip, we didn't talk about it much either. We told people the trip was great, that the forest was beautiful, but the weather turned and we decided to cut it short. That was enough. Every time I've gone camping since, I think about that scream. I'm honestly terrified that I'll hear it again because I have no idea what it belongs to. And really, anything that can do that to a deer is probably better off not knowing what it is. I didn't see much work in there during the day. The building itself was unremarkable. Office space, fluorescent lights, low ceiling. It was definitely the kind of place that was always feeling temporary, no matter how long you'd been there. It sat on the edge of an industrial area, far enough from everything else that the parking lot felt isolated after dark, but close enough that no one ever questioned it. I worked late a lot, not all-nighters, just late enough that I was often the last one to leave. By the time I shut down my computer and walked out, the building would already feel hollow. Lights off, hallway echoing. Nothing strange ever happened on the inside. It was always in the parking lot. I parked in the same spot every night, habit more than intention. Backed in near the edge of the lot, under a light that flickered just enough to notice, but never enough to fix. When I got into my car, I'd go through the same routine every night. Seatbelt, keys, engine, check mirrors. The first time something happened, I thought I was just tired. I'd started the car and glanced into the rearview mirror, getting ready to back out, when I saw him standing directly behind my car. An old man, close enough that if I'd backed up, I would have hit him. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring straight at me through the mirror. His face was pale, expressionless, not angry, just present. I spun around in my seat immediately. There was no one there. The space behind my car was empty. There was no movement or shadows pulling away. I heard no footsteps. I sat there for a while, for sure longer than I needed to. But my heart was sort of racing, and I was telling myself that it was just stress or exhaustion, but my nerves were shot. My brain had filled in a shape that wasn't really there, I told myself. I backed out and drove home. I didn't think about it again until it happened the second time. Same spot, same routine, same moment. Start the car, look in the mirror. There's the old man. And he looked identical to the last time I'd seen him. I turned around and, of course, nothing. This time, though, I got out of the car. I checked behind it, looked between the rows, walked a few steps away, scanning the empty lot. There was no one. The gate was locked. No other cars. There was no place that someone could have gone without me seeing or hearing them. I told myself if it happened again, I'd say something to someone. Well, it happened again and again. Not every night, but enough that I started to expect it sometimes. Often weeks would pass without anything. Other times it would happen 2 or 3 nights in a row. Always when I was alone, always after dark, always in the mirror. I guess I accepted he was a ghost from the beginning, but when the details never changed, when he was always looking exactly the same, when I couldn't find him outside of the mirror, I believed he wasn't real. I never felt like he was going to hurt me. That might sound strange, but it's true. He wasn't scary or like a sense of threat and danger. There was just a deep, cold awareness that I was being watched, and then confirmation that it was so. After a while, what should have been fear really just turned into annoyance, resignation. I got tired of the spike of adrenaline, tired of the momentary panic that came with seeing him and the emptiness that followed when I turned around and he wasn't there. I was tired of questioning my own sanity, night after night. So I just adapted. I stopped looking behind me. I'd start the car, put my hand on the gear shift, and back out slowly without checking the rearview mirror at all. I relied on the side mirrors. I watched the lines on the pavement, trusted the empty space. Never did hit anyone. It was odd, though. The first few times I did it, my whole body screamed at me not to. Every instinct told me that I was about to hit someone, that I was being reckless, that I was ignoring something important. But nothing ever did happen. Eventually, it became normal. I still saw him sometimes out of the corner of my eye if I wasn't careful. A flash of pale in the mirror if I accidentally glanced up too soon. But I learned how to avoid it, how to leave without acknowledging whatever was standing behind me. I never did actually end up telling my coworkers. I decided there wasn't a version of the story that didn't make me sound unstable. And I never asked about the building's history because I didn't know who to ask. I didn't want names or explanations anyway, but I did hope that somebody would casually mention it. I don't work there anymore, so I haven't seen him since I left. But I will say, looking in the rearview mirror has never really been quite the same since. There's always a brief moment for just a second where I do expect to see him again. Not sure if this counts as a paranormal story or just a terrifying brush with insanity, but it's stuck with me ever since it happened, and I still don't have a good explanation. Back in my 20s, I was juggling full-time night shifts at a factory while also attending university during the day. Money was tight, and when my parents split up, it got worse. My dad went into a spiral of depression, stopped working, and I ended up picking up a second job just to keep us both afloat. I don't even remember when I last got a full night's sleep during that time. My days blurred into one long, heavy haze of exhaustion, and I could feel myself slowly coming undone. The drive home from work was always the worst. It was just before dawn, 4, maybe 4:30 in the morning, when the roads were dead quiet, and the sky was still that deep, sleepy shade of blue. There's a stretch of freeway I'd take every morning, long and mostly empty, just trees and highway and the occasional passing truck. I can't even count the number of times I caught myself drifting off behind the wheel, only to jolt awake at the rumble of the shoulder lines or the sudden flash of a road sign. But this time was different. I was maybe 15 minutes from home, fighting to keep my eyes open, blasting the cold air and slapping my face to stay alert. And that's when I saw something unusual. Crocodiles. Half a dozen of them. Massive, prehistoric-looking things sprawled across all 4 lanes of the freeway, like they owned it. Their jaws open, tails twitching, some of them actually turning their heads as if reacting to the sound of my engine. I screamed and swerved hard to avoid them, so I nearly drove off the road and into the embankment. My heart was in my throat. I could still hear the thump-thump of my tires as I jerked back onto the road, convinced I'd hit at least one of them. I slammed on the brakes, shaking, hands clutching the steering wheel, and I looked into the rearview mirror, bracing myself to see some horrific mess behind me. But there was nothing. The highway was empty, not a ripple of movement, not a shape, not even a shadow. I sat there, pulled over on the shoulder, staring at the spot where I know they were, and all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. I got out of the car. I walked a few steps back down the road, still expecting to see something. Drag marks, roadkill, anything. But the road was clean, pristine even, like it never happened. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was a dream or a waking hallucination brought on by months of sleep deprivation. Maybe my brain, desperate for rest, snapped for a second and threw something wild at me just to wake me up. Whatever it was, it worked. I didn't fall asleep that morning. I was so wired with adrenaline, I didn't sleep for another 36 hours after that. I never saw anything like it again, but I stopped taking that long stretch of highway for a good time afterwards. And I still wonder, what if I hadn't swerved? What would I have hit? Would I have even woken up at all? From 3 to 13, I lived in a nice home out near Yosemite National Park. Nothing super spectacular about it. 4 bedrooms, a den, dining room. It was the norm for a family home there. Just down a little dirt road, and if you've ever been around those parts, you'll know, miles away from civilization. My whole childhood, I was visited by this girl in white. She never spoke. I would just wake up at night and see or feel her there. I asked my dad, and his response every time was, the men in our family can see ghosts. My rationale of this, because I'm a skeptic, and I remain this day to be, but the story I'm telling made me question. My rationale was that we had some sort of mild schizophrenia running through our family. It didn't bother me. She didn't look like other people. There was this something off about her thing. After my father died, my mother decided to sell the house and went through a realtor. We never once had contact with the buyers, only knew them by name. The buyers had a son who went to the same school as our old neighbors, dear friends of the family, and the son apparently came to school without having slept for many nights, complaining that there was a girl who watched him at night and that he needed to get out. Shivers go up my spine every time I remember this.